People aren't thinking that.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Last year, on April 20th, a young mother named Kristen Sigler threw a birthday party for her 3-year-old son, Stetson. Like many mothers, Kristen went all out for the party. She had a face painting station, a hot dog bar, entertainers, props, and backdrops for photos, and even a bounce house outside of the party. Kristen has worked for several years at the Swan Boat Club in Berlin Township, Newport, state of Michigan, right on Lake Erie. She used the club's event space to hold the party. The party started at noon, and by a little before 3 p.m., the party guests had just finished singing happy birthday to the guest of honor. By all accounts, it was a very successful party, it was well attended, and the kids there were taking advantage of all the attractions. However, at the same time, less than 2 football fields away at her home, the defendant was leaving, pulling out onto Branchall Road. She was also headed to the boat club. Both of these events are memorialized on camera. The party was captured on the Swan Boat Club security cameras, and the defendant on a home camera mounted above her garage building across the street. Mariah Dodds, a longtime friend of Kristen's, and her 3 children, Jaden, Zane, and Alana Phillips, had just sat down at a table to enjoy their lunch from the party's hot dog bar. As they were beginning their meal, the defendant backed out of her driveway, accelerated her car in an arc out of her driveway, crashing into a small tree and then into her neighbor's full-size pickup truck, forcing it through a wooden fence. The defendant then places her car in drive and speeds off toward the boat club, just 4 houses down. As Mariah grabs cake pops at the dessert station for her kids, the defendant barrels at full speed down Branchall Road and makes a right turn into the club parking lot. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Ken Lorraine. I'm an assistant prosecutor for the County of Monroe. Along with my fellow assistant prosecutors, Christopher Marriott and Alexis Hatch, we will prove to you over the course of the next several days that defendant's actions in this case make her guilty of the charges of second-degree murder for Zane and Alana Phillips, OWI causing death for Zane and Alana Phillips, and OWI causing serious impairment of a body function for Zane and Alana's mom, Mariah, their brother, Jaden, and for Ed Smothers, Leah Stith, and Diane Medina. I don't particularly like long and winding opening statements. I like to give the jury what I would want if I were a juror. A roadmap, a table of contents to what the prosecution will present to you over the course of the trial. To simplify things for you folks, basically the way we're going to present this is you're going to hear from our witnesses in 4 groups. The first group will be guests and boat club members at the party. They'll talk about the party, they'll talk about the crash, and to some degree, they'll talk about what they saw of the defendant. Some of them will help us show you video of the crash and its aftermath. Some of them will simply tell you what they saw and what they remember, or what they don't remember, and they'll tell you what they went through. You will not hear from all of them. By most accounts, there were some 80 people in and out of the party through the course of the day, and several others that just wandered over from the boat club proper after the crash. The second group you will hear from is the first responders, the captain of the Frenchtown Fire Department and many members of the Monroe County Sheriff's Office. They arrived on scene shortly after the crash. They will give you more information about the crash, its results, and the steps they took to investigate it. Again, you won't hear from all of them. Law enforcement officers from at least 4 agencies were on scene, as were multiple fire departments, ambulance companies, and 2 life flight helicopters. You will hear the stories from the witnesses we call and see some of the footage from their body-worn cameras. Through that medium, you will also hear from the defendant. Next, we're going to call a group of witnesses that are necessary under the rules of evidence for you to hear about what was in the defendant's blood when she crashed your car. As I spoke about a little bit in voir dire, the rules of evidence are sometimes strict and not always straightforward, but they are important to ensure a fair trial, both for the defendant and for the victims. Finally, you'll hear from some of the surviving victims. Mariah, Edward, Leah, and Diane will tell you what they can remember from the crash, about their injuries, and somewhat about their road to recovery. Before I conclude, I want to speak just briefly about the jury instructions that the judge highlighted and give you a sense of what the people think you should be watching for over the course of the next few days. We could bring up the... You don't have to be able to entirely read this. You'll get it printed out at the end of the trial. But just roughly, as to the 5 counts 4 through 9, of OWI causing serious impairment of a body function, we have to prove that the defendant voluntarily operated her vehicle, that she did so in a parking lot or a place accessible to the general public, and that while she was operating it, she was either legally intoxicated, which is what we all hear about when we think of drunk driving, that she was a 0.08 or higher, or that she was under the influence of alcohol. In other words, I could think of a 90-pound, 25-year-old woman who I could give 1 glass of wine to. She could be at a 0.04, but just be drunk out of her mind. So it's not always just a 0.08. That's the legal limit. And we consider if you're over a 0.08, regardless of how you feel, you're legally intoxicated. But it is possible for you to find intoxication under a 0.08. Or we can prove that she was impaired by the consumption of alcohol and the consumption of a intoxicating substance called gabapentin. And that in doing this, in driving, after ingesting these substances, she caused a serious injury to one of those 5 victims. Similarly, the 2 counts of operating while intoxicated causing death, the deaths of Zane and Alana Phillips. The beginning part of the jury instruction is the same. We have to prove the operation, its voluntariness, its location, and its intoxication. But in this, we also have to prove that due to the operation, she was the factual and proximate cause of the death of these 2 children. As to the people's first 2 counts, the counts at the top of the complaint, 2 counts of murder in the 2nd degree, will prove that the defendant's actions caused the death of Zane and caused the death of Alana, and that she had one of 3 states of mind. That is to say, what was her legal intent? We must show that she intended to kill, or she intended to cause great bodily harm. In other words, she drove through the boat club wall intending to kill someone, or intending to seriously harm someone. Or the 3rd state of mind, that she knowingly created a very high risk of death or great bodily harm by her actions, knowing that death or great bodily harm was the likely result of what she did. Intent is what is in a person's mind when they commit an act. It's what they are thinking when they act. The jury instruction will tell you that you determine someone's intent from what they said, what they did, and how they did it. It will also tell you that you can use any other facts or circumstances in the case to determine a defendant's intent. These are some of the things to look out for over the course of the next few days. At the conclusion of the trial, I'm going to stand back up here again, and we're going to go over a lot of the evidence. And the people will contend that on behalf of the victims and that on behalf of the people of the state of Michigan, that you should find the defendant guilty of 2 counts of 2nd-degree murder, 2 counts of OWI causing death, and 5 counts of OWI causing serious impairment of a body function. Thank you, folks.
Thank you, Mr. Wright. Would you like to make your opening statement now or later?
Now, Your Honor.
Thank you.
There's no question. This is very, very sad of what took place. Very sad. There's nothing nice or near nice of the events that took place, and 2 children died and people were injured. There's nothing. But what this case is about, bless you, what this case is about is, was there an intent to kill somebody? Was there an intent to be reckless? And I'll come back at closing argument, we call it, where we get to talk to you one more time. So we don't talk to you at all during the case, but then we're allowed by the judge to do closing arguments, and we try to put it together. Certainly, I can tell you by, we look at the police reports and things like that, and we had 1 or 2 hearings. So we know a little bit of ahead of time. It's like sort of, I mean to make light of it, but sort of a little bit like the coming attractions on a movie, whatever. So that's why we sometimes stand up here and we talk. It's not because we read minds. We have a good idea of the facts, at least how we interpret it. I, again, can't stress to you, and I'm very sincere, I can't stress to you how important this case is for everybody. It's for everybody. And for everybody to be able to move on. And I stand before you with a lot on my shoulders because I represent Marcella Chedister. She can't get up as a lawyer and do her case, okay? So I have a lot on my shoulders, and I welcome it. I can pick and choose at this age which case I want to do. And this, she needed somebody to come forward. And sometimes, and I have a lot of respect for news organizations, certainly, but sometimes it's just a snapshot or a conclusion, or maybe near World War II yellow journalism or whatever, or something to do whatever. But this trial, all of you sit back, attentive. All of you are back, and you'll be able to listen to all the testimony. What an honor to serve on a jury to begin with in America, but to this magnitude. You can really, you're serving on a jury. You are doing a job that probably, if it was another case, I wouldn't look forward to. Because you're going to make a decision during these trial of credibility, who to believe, who not to believe, what makes sense, what doesn't make sense, and that's what I want you to do. That's what we want you to do. So the proofs, we believe, are going to show this. And I don't have to make an opening argument. I can waive it completely or wait till the defense goes on. But I choose to stand right up because the plaintiff, the prosecutor, made a good opening argument. He made a good argument. The proofs, I believe, are going to show that you're going to get to know a little bit of Marcella Chedister through possibly people that are going to come in. That she was in the military at 18 years old. That she served 4 years in the Army, the real Army. I'm not talking about something up north, and I don't knock that at all, but she was serving. She was serving. And you're going to get to know about her life through people, and that she's never been pulled over for a ticket in her life. She's a better driver than me. And she's never had a ticket to even get pulled over for in her 50-some years. We believe the proofs will show her credibility, and that's what this is. This case, like a lot of cases, are about credibility. And that she was an excellent driver. I believe the proofs will show, I know the proofs will show that she suffered from seizures and neuropathy. And it wasn't something, the proofs will show that it's just made up that day. She had been going through it, the proofs will show, for a long time, and was treated at U of M, Cornwell, Beaumont, whatever name it goes by today, on 4th Street and Trenton. There'll be proofs on this. And it also showed that it didn't happen all the way that she had these seizures all the time. It'd be pretty rare. But when she had one, it was not good. I think the proofs will show that when she has a seizure, documented, her feet go down, like real hard, the proofs will show, and her hands too. And then after less than a minute, the proofs will show that it relaxes again and you're a little bit spaced out. And for up to an hour. The proofs will show on our side of the table that when you see the videos, and normally I'm not nuts about videos, but when you see the videos that they believe will fully support, it'll support a vehicle being put to the floor from her house to go 450 feet. Put to the floor. Metal to the pedal, or pedal to the metal, whatever. Put to the floor. The proofs will show such that going on is out of character completely. Out of character completely. Something happened. And we believe the proofs will show, you keep an open mind, please, will show that's exactly what the proofs will show, that the feet go down. And you do, when I was growing up, it was called a hole spot. You punch it right to the floor. I never did that, but it was like drag racing back when I was growing up. And just took off in a gravel place. And the cameras catch this vehicle just taking off and going right there. The proofs will show. She don't drive that way. She's been driving a long time, 50, 55 years. The proofs will show that when this happened, and it's horrible, that the vehicle went in 25 feet into the building. Horrible as a birthday party. I've had children. I know. Couldn't imagine it. The proofs will show that when she was honest with them, because you look for other evidence for credibility, corroborating evidence, the proofs will show that she said, they say, what's going on? Police arrived. That I had one glass of wine. Well, police hear that, I'm sure, a lot. I've only had one or two, and they get arrested for drunk driving. So where were you? At Vernus. And the police immediately do their job, which is wonderful. Here's a defense attorney telling you, great, you did a great job. They went down there, they masked it off, whatever, taped it off, whatever. It's a criminal place. You were there at lunch. You paid by credit card, debit card, whatever. They get it with a subpoena. They talk to the lady first that works there, Kelly Thornton. I subpoenaed her to be here for the trial. And she says that, I know, Marcella and Don, her husband, and there was another couple that was here, but Don wasn't here. She had one glass of wine, and she had some soup and a sandwich or fish or something. They get the subpoena, she does a copy of it, and we'll have it as evidence. I'm not making it up. And it'll show she had one glass of wine. Exactly. So the proofs will show, I think, credibility-wise, exactly what she said before anybody went anywhere. She said, I had a glass of wine. And the lady that comes in, the proofs will show, she didn't even finish it. There was still some in it. And she packed it up, the food, and for her to take home. And she just lives not far at all from there. I'm very happy the police moved on it right away, because so many people sometimes say, oh, officer, I only had 1 or 2 drinks. The proofs will show it was less than 1. And the proofs will show that the officer asked her, well, what was her condition? It was fine. Okay. The proofs will show that she has this neuropathy, and when she walks, I'm going to have her walk in front of you. When she walks, the proofs will show she walks like this. Now, if I see somebody coming out of a porch or going to the car walking like this, I'm thinking somebody's, keep it clean, somebody's messed up. Okay? Somebody's been doing some drugs or alcohol. Unless you know the person from before. Never met him before, never met her before, because she never gets pulled over, ever. So, here we go with a snap judgment. The proofs will show that this person's got to be drunk out of their mind. So, the proofs will show that the accident happened, of course. And the officers came up to her, the proofs will show. We expect the proofs to show. Then when they came up, they started talking to her. This was right after the accident. Somebody got her out of the car and she was sitting there. I think she got like an American scarf flag or something sitting there. She was a former Commodore. Never had any problems, ever. So the officers will talk, and they'll bring in some video on that, because we had a hearing. They showed some video on that. The proofs will show that they're talking to her. If anybody's been around with our life experiences, the proofs will show somebody slurring, somebody looks a little drunk, even a little bit. The proofs will show that she's speaking probably better than me, more clear than me. And that's up to you to see. I'm not making it up. The proofs will show that. Crystal clear. Now, she was just in a collision, had an attack, then went 25 feet into a building, and they're going to start interviewing her. The proofs will show that she talked about it's 1 glass of wine, truthful, and then they asked her, on a score of 1 to 10, the proofs will show, how intoxicated are you? Well, she's in another zone, going through a wall of 25 miles an hour and having an attack. And then they ask her, well, are you able to drive? Well, hello. The proofs will show, am I able to drive? I just crashed into a building. So, the judge will, a lot of people say, don't leave your common sense out there when you're serving as a jury. You got life experiences. Keep that with you. Don't let that out. Don't be sterile. You can bring life experiences in. You just can't make up your mind until all the proofs are in one way or another, and deliberate and respect each other. The proofs will show that it's almost like an immediate conclusion on the police department, and I have great respect for the police. I have relatives, police. The proofs will show that they got a search warrant and wanted to get blood from her. She had no problem if you want to do a blow breathalyzer or whatever. They didn't ask her. We want to do blood. And she even signed a consent form. Didn't even need whatever. She's not hiding anything. There's nothing to hide. That they took the blood. They had it tested. We're going to get into all that. Not right now, of course, because I'm trying to somewhat keep it short. But there's a lot that's going to be covered, because this didn't happen in a minute. It was a lot longer than a minute, and it's been a year, and this trial is going to be a few days long. So that's why I wanted to jump in and let you know at least where the defense is coming from, so you can have it in the back of your mind and say, hopefully Mr. Clovis, Bill Clovis, let's see what he's talking about. Will this go together, like he says? I feel very confident. I'm not going to over feel confident, but I feel confident that the proofs will show what I just said, what I've represented to you. I'm pretty strong on my representations, or else I don't make it. The proofs will show that she always was cooperative. She was always crystal clear. The proofs will show that when they asked her to do a sobriety test of the alphabet, I'm talking about at the scene, she was able to do the alphabet. Perfect. No swearing. Perfect. Not skip anything, not say double, not miss it, not end early. That's another something to look at. Is that somebody, if you're going to say that they're so heavily intoxicated and people don't know where they're at, what day it is or what time, this person's saying the alphabet, talking like almost like you and I. These are things I want you to keep in mind. Why am I hitting this so hard? And I'm sure the judge is looking at me right now, with all due respect, saying you're taking a long time. Because I got 2 counts of murder too on my client. That's why. It's called a capital offense. This isn't playing a little game. 2 counts of capital murder. Murder 2. And all the other offenses. That's why. And I've taken it very personal. Because I want to see what's done right. And I respect each and every one of you, and especially when you're watching this. And it's a long time to be trapped in a seat that's not comfortable. And we appreciate it. We thank you in advance. Please wait till all the evidence is in. They get to go first. I bite my lip, like I said earlier, till we get to put up any proofs. Please don't do a knee-jerk reaction and wait till all the proofs are in. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Lewis. First witness.
Thank you, Judge. People call Kristen Sigler.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this matter before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
If you would state your name, spell your last name, please.
Kristen Sigler, first name Kristyn, last name Sigler, Sigler.
Thank you. Ms. Warren.
Thank you, Judge. Ms. Sigler, how do you know about the Swan Boat Club?
I worked there since 2018. My sister is also a member there.
In what capacity did you work there?
I was one of the head bartenders for about 5 years. It was a seasonal job, so in the slower months, we didn't work as much, but then in the summer, it's a full-time job again.
Okay. Through that end, did you plan a birthday for your party, or a birthday party for your son at the boat club?
I did. His 3rd birthday, I went to the pavilion area.
And when you say the pavilion, what does that include?
So there's the main building, which is the boat club and bar, and then there's what we call a breezeway, which is basically like a garage door entryway to another building that private parties are hosted or other functions.
And do you refer to the building as the pavilion or the area out back as the pavilion?
The building.
Okay.
So,
Ms. Sigler, I'm just going to show you this just to make life easier.
You're on the man, stand up, or is it going to be on there?
It could be on there too, but just so you've seen it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Does this look familiar?
yes.
What is this property?
The parking lot area, the pavilion of the boat club.
Okay. This has been marked as people's 9K. Ms. Sigler, is this a fair and accurate representation of an overhead view of the property where you worked for some 6 years?
Yes.
People would move for the admission of 9K.
Response? No objection. People's 9K is admitted.
And I'm just going to leave this here for the jury to have something to understand where, when you're talking about locations and things like that. Could we bring 9K up? Sure. Thanks. So, Ms. Sigler, when you say the pavilion, can you see that okay? Or should I hold the?
No.
So the dirt area, is that the Swan Club parking lot?
Yes.
And then,
On the right, there's like a slided playground right behind it, it's the pavilion, and the area to the left is the main building.
and when you reference a breezeway, what structure are you referring to?
It's kind of hard to see, but where that little white door is in between, there's like a connecting
So the small structure that connects the two buildings. So you rented the building on the right for your son's birthday party. And that was on April 20th, 2024? And that was in Berlin Township, Newport, state of Michigan? What time was the party scheduled to begin?
It was from 1 to 4.
How many guests were invited?
Around 70.
How many turned out?
At least 50. Some people came a little bit earlier and had to leave. Some people came a little bit later.
Okay. Are you familiar with Mariah Dodds? How are you familiar with her?
We have been best friends since we were 5.
Okay. Are you familiar with her children?
Yes, they're my children.
Was Mariah invited to the party?
Yes, she was.
How about her children?
Yes.
Do you recall what time they arrived?
He was a little after 2 because they were running late.
Okay. What about Ed Smothers? Are you familiar with him?
Yes.
Oh.
Mariah's nephew. I also know him since I was 5.
Okay.
I just consider him one of my nephews. He's not blood though.
All right. And how about Diane Medina?
She is a friend.
Okay. Is she also a member of the Swan Boat Club?
She is a member of the Swan Boat Club.
And how about Leah Stiff?
That is my niece.
Okay. Your blood niece?
My sister's stepdaughter.
Okay. So the party began at 1. Is that correct? And Mariah and her children arrive around 2 p.m. Is that correct?
Yeah.
So you have to answer yes
I'm sorry.
or no.
Yes.
And you can't just nod your head because they're recording it. I know it's hard, but okay. Thank you. So approaching 3 a.m. or 3 p.m., what was happening at the party?
I just got done singing happy birthday. It was around 2:40, 2:45. We sang happy birthday. And the entertainers were going to be leaving, so I told everybody just to continue to play. And, that there were little cake pops instead of real cake, so just grab one of those and continue playing. I didn't really have to sit down at dinner, it was just kind of buffet style, as you go. So we had just had to sing happy birthday, and everybody was just back to enjoy the party.
Okay. And did you go outside at some point on the phone?
I did. I received a phone call from my friend Amy because her children and husband were there, but she couldn't make it. So I was FaceTiming her to show her everything and catch up with her apartment.
Okay. Did anything out of the ordinary happen then?
Yeah, there was very loud, it sounded like a bomb. I was right by the door, so I ran in and it looked like a bomb at that point. I didn't know what happened. There was just my son and his cousins right in the doorway. And so I got them outside and there was just debris everywhere.
Was there dust in the air? Was it hard to see?
Yes, there was a lot of dust still floating around. Some lights were flashing.
After you got your son and the other children outside, what did you do then?
I went back in and found Diane Medina and my niece Leah on the ground. So I started picking the debris up off of them and trying to help with them.
What happened then?
Then I seen one of the little girls got put on top of the bar. she was thrown behind it. And so I got her off the bar and set her down next to somebody that she knew. And then I seen Marcella coming around the side of her car.
Well, let's hold on and back up. So where are the little girl and Diane and Leah? Where are they in relationship to the vehicle?
The vehicle was pushed all the way in front of them, so when I came in the back door, immediately Leah was on the ground, then Diane and Dina. The car was shoved up, and the little girl, after I started pulling stuff off, she got set on top of the bar, like right in front of behind us, so I took her off.
And so at this time, you're inside the event space. What is the tenor inside? What's it like? Is it completely silent? Is it?
There was screaming, yelling. I accidentally stepped on an item. I was trying to help her, so we were trying to maneuver around people without hurting them. Yeah, it was just chaos.
So you indicated at one point you saw the defendant.
Yes.
Did you know the defendant prior to this?
Yes.
How did you know her?
She comes into the Swan Boat Club where
Okay. Do you see the defendant in the courtroom here today?
I do.
Could you point her out for the jury? And
Record should reflect the witnesses identified the defendant.
thank you, Judge. After you saw the defendant, what happened?
I went over to her, was kind of already right there, so I was in the back of her car. She was being walked around the back of her car, and I grabbed her. And then I realized that it was a car that was in front of me, because before I didn't realize it was a car, I was seeing a big mess. And so when we got to the back of her car, I grabbed her, and I started yelling at her. And somebody yelled, "There's a kid under the car." So I told her to pop her trunk so we could get a jack. She popped the trunk. I started looking for the jack. She came like kind of back over towards me. I grabbed her again and was yelling at her, kind of close to her face, and she said, "Tweety, where's Don?" Which Tweety is my nickname, and Don is her husband. So at that point, her talking to me, I could smell alcohol on her. I kind of realized that she just drove her car into the building. So at that point, I told her just to get the F away from me, and I threw her out.
Okay. You testified just a moment ago that at some point people started yelling, "There's a kid under the car." What did you do as it related to that?
Well, I looked for the jack for a minute, and a bunch of the guys that were at the party grabbed 2x4s or 2x6s that were on the ground and just said, "On the count of 3, we're gonna lift, we need to go under." So once they lifted, I seen Zane. He was underneath the driver's side wheel well of the car, and he was reaching out. So when they lifted, I got underneath it and pulled him out. And it felt like for 5 minutes, but it was just a few seconds. I put him on my lap, and the back of his head was bleeding. And his arm was just kind of limp and all bloody. He had blood on his shirt and his face. But I asked him if he knew who he was, and he said, "Yeah, Zane." And I said, "You know who I am?" He said, "Yes, Mom." And then somebody go, "Tweety, there's another." So I handed Zane to my sister and tried to go back under her arm. But I got to reach her, and the car
cars started slipping, so they don't get come back out.
And what did you do then, Kristen?
And I followed behind my sister. She was scared, staying outside. And I followed behind her and she was talking to him. And then I had to go try and get Alana from the other side, which was the breezeway.
And what did you see when you got to the breezeway?
In the doorway, Alana was wedged in between it. And she was ready to go, and she was feeling discolored. And Edward, which is the cousin, was laying in front of her, and her mom was laid up against the wall, a few feet away from them.
So what did you do then while you were in the breezeway?
I tried to shield Mariah from seeing Alana, and I made eye contact with Edward and told him to keep looking straight, told Mariah to keep looking straight. And then the sirens, I could hear the sirens, so I told them that I had to go get help. And both of them asked me not to leave them, but I knew that I needed first responders, I needed somebody. So I ran out, and the first EMS worker stopped right in front of Zane and my sister, started helping with him, and then I directed them to where Mariah was. But then they wouldn't let me in either area anymore.
Okay. So that was kind of all you saw of what went on that day, at least firsthand. All right. I don't have any further questions for this witness, Judge.
Cross. All right, this witness speaks, yes.
For now, Judge, we'd ask her to remain as a potential rebuttal witness.
All right.
So she's free to leave for today, but her subpoena is still active.
Thank you. Next witness.
Your Honor, the people call William Paul Schmidt.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give in this matter before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
My name is William Paul Schmidt. That's huge.
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Schmidt, where do you live?
I live at 1680 Branch Line.
Where is that in relationship to the Swan Boat Club?
Directly next to it.
I'm going to show you what is up on the screen is People's Exhibit 9K. Is that your house right there, this blue house directly next to the boat club?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And were you living there on April 20th of 2024? And do you know Marcella Chidester? How do you know Miss Chidester?
I know her family pretty much all.
And do you know where she lives in relation to the boat club? Where does she live? In which direction? Towards the boat club or past the boat club or?
Just a little down the road across the street from the red barn. See that barn that's sitting up there in Farm Road?
This barn right here. Her house is the one directly across the street, this house here. Okay. And were you home on April 20th of 2024?
Yes, it was.
And did something draw your attention to the boat club on that day?
Yes, it was huge sound.
And do you know approximately what time that would have been?
About 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
And what did you do when you heard that big sound?
I went to investigate it. There were some kids that used to tear up the parking lot. I thought it was that. So I wanted to make sure that at least I got it. Try to stop them from seeing if it was that.
And what did you see?
I saw a hole inside the boat club.
And when you saw that hole, what did you do?
I turned my cell phone and started recording. So I could get after the police. And basically, they're at that.
So when you turned your cell phone on, you saw the hole, but you had not entered yet. Okay. And did you enter the boat club at some point?
Yes.
How did you enter the boat club? What did you see when you entered the hole in the boat club?
It looked like a war zone. People were laying everywhere, mostly unconscious. The whole side of the building was pushed in forward.
And you were recording this on your cell phone while this was going on?
Yes. Cell phone for me as well.
And did you provide a copy of that recording to law enforcement?
Yes.
Have you reviewed that cell phone recording?
I have.
And is it a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw on that day?
Yes.
Do you also have video surveillance on your home?
I do.
How many cameras do you have outside your home?
I had 4 at that time.
At 4 at that time. And where were they located on your home?
They're located in the corners of the house on the southeast corner, the northeast corner, on the front door, on the garage.
Do any of them face the Swan Boat Club or the road in front of your home?
Yes, the road would be in the northeast corner, faces towards the road in the front.
How long have you had this system?
Oh, about 6 years.
And who maintains it? And on April 20th of 2024, was it in good working order to your knowledge?
Yes.
All right. Did you review that recording as well around the time of the crash?
Yes.
And you provided a copy of that to law enforcement as well?
I did.
At this time, Judge, the people are moved to admit exhibits 1 and 2, that is the cell phone recording and the home surveillance video recording of Mr. Schmidt.
I received a complaint. He said he wanted to stipulate to a report. I don't know what, I mean, I was going to plan.
I can proffer him, Judge. Yes, I was intending to anyway.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, I was gonna just hold off for that judge until they play me.
Please play exhibit 1. Mr. Schmidt, that is your home surveillance camera?
Yes, sir.
All right. People would again move to admit exhibit 1, Judge.
No, Judge. People's one is admitted.
Provide a copy of that to the court. Please play exhibit 2. Mr. Schmidt, is that the cell phone video you referred to?
Yes.
People move to admit Exhibit 2.
Class 2 is admitted.
Mr. Schmidt, do you see Marshall in the courtroom today?
I do.
Can you please point to her and describe what she's wearing?
Right there.
The record should reflect the defendant, or I'm sorry, the witness identified the defendant.
I have no further questions, Judge. Thank you.
Cross? I don't have any questions. All right. It's witness be excused.
Yes, Judge.
Totally excused.
For the people, Judge, yes.
Okay. All right, thank you, sir. Next witness.
Judge, people call Jason Johnson.
solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this matter before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Sir, would you state your name and spell your last name, please?
Jason Johnson, J-O-H-N-S-O-N.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson, could you tell the jury what your affiliation with the Swan Boat Club is?
Longtime member of Swan,
Okay. How long?
over 20 years.
Okay. Were you formerly in a leadership position at the Swan Boat Club? What was the name of that position?
Rear Commodore.
So what does a Commodore and a rear Commodore do at the Swan Boat Club?
Commodore oversees the entire club, the rear manages the club itself.
The physical building.
Correct.
Are you familiar with the club itself and the surrounding area?
Yes, I am.
Are you a resident of the surrounding area?
I am.
How long have you lived there?
I believe 7 years.
So this is an area right off of Lake Erie, is that correct?
Correct.
What is the nature of the neighborhood and the roads and things like that?
Country road, gravel, private, so it's maintained by the residents, and fish and wildlife.
Okay. What's your understanding of what the speed limit is on those roads?
County says it's 25, fish and wildlife says it's 15.
Okay. How is it to drive on those roads?
It's a little rough.
Okay. Do you have to use care and caution?
Yes.
How fast would you say it's safe to drive on those roads?
120 for sure.
In your position as rear Commodore and then just as a member of the Swan Boat Club, are you familiar with a security system at the club?
Yes, I am.
And just explain to the jury kind of what the club has as security system goes.
We have several cameras. I believe there's 9 operational, different views of the club, inside and out.
Okay, is that continuous recording or motion activated?
Continuous.
And is there a camera that faces, suppose it would be west into the parking lot?
Yes.
And that's mounted on what members call the pavilion or the event space? And is there a camera within the pavilion, within the event space?
Yes, both of our spaces.
Okay, and is that point the opposite direction of the camera in the parking lot? So to the east?
Correct.
And then the hall east of the event space, what we've heard referred to as the breezeway, is there a camera there?
Yes.
And which way does that camera face?
Same with the bar camera.
Okay.
So. So does this look familiar to you, Mr. Johnson?
Yes, it's overhead view of the boat.
And is that a fair and accurate representation of the boat club from overhead?
Yes.
And this is marked People's Exhibit 9A, people would move for admission.
Final objection, Your Honor. 9A is admitted.
Do we have this in the PowerPoint?
No, we didn't.
Be able to see this at all from there? So would it be fair to say that the camera in the parking lot is positioned roughly there?
It's on that corner of that building right there.
Okay, and then where would the field of view from that camera be?
Pointing at the white SUV and the fire truck.
So out this way. describe on this photo, if you could, where the cameras on the bar and the camera on the breezeway are.
Camera bars, right at the two different pieces of concrete.
Your Honor, may I stand up and walk over there?
Sure.
And see what he's doing? Thank you.
This is the camera from the outside. The inside camera is roughly about right here.
Okay.
The breezeway camera is roughly about right here.
Okay.
Both facing that direction.
Both of the interior cameras face this way.
Correct.
Were you present at the club on April 20th when this happened?
I was not present at the time of the accident, shortly after.
About what time did you arrive?
I believe it was 120 minutes after.
Okay. And did you do anything in regards to law enforcement's investigation that day?
Yeah, I had access to the cameras, so I got the detective in the room and got him into the system.
Okay, were you able to assist them in making recordings of the surveillance footage?
Yes.
And that system, that was in good working order on April 20th?
Correct.
And you were able to check it to make sure it was in good working order?
Correct.
And was the timestamp on it correct?
Yes.
Did you check that as you were making the copies?
Yes.
So Judge, at this time, people would move to admit people's 3A, B, and C, which are clips of surveillance video from the 3 cameras we've spoken about at the Swan Boat Club at the time of the crash.
Response, they haven't been shown yet, am I correct?
So the way I do an exhibit, and the way I've asked Mr. Marriott and Ms. Hatch to, is offer it, get it admitted, and then proffer it. Because if we proffer it and it's not admitted, the cat's kind of out of the bag.
Okay, but I don't know what it is that you're doing, but.
Just go ahead and show us.
Yeah.
Fair enough. We could play 3A. People move for the admission of 3A.
No objection, Your Honor.
3A is admitted. People ask to publish 3B.
Mr. Johnson, this is the interior of the event space. Judge People move to admit 3B,
No objection, yeah.
3B is admitted.
and I would ask to publish 3C.
Go ahead.
Judge People move to admit 3C.
People's 3C is admitted.
Mr. Johnson, just to further orient the jury, the door that you could see in the foreground of that last video, could you explain what that is in relationship to the boat club itself and the event space?
It's a breezeway between the pavilion and the main bar. And it runs the same direction as that camera in the bar.
Okay.
So down towards the main floor.
All right. And so that's the main access to the pavilion or the event space. Okay. And the Swan Boat Club, located in Berlin Township, Newport, Michigan, state of Michigan. All right. No further questions for this witness, Judge.
Yes, thank you. Sir, you're in charge of maintaining the parking lot roadway?
Correct.
So when it's not in a good shape, you're the one responsible to take care of it?
Was it in good shape at the time?
When it's not in good shape, you're the one responsible to take care of it?
Correct.
Thank you. I don't have any other questions.
You redirect? Not on that issue. no.
Hey, this would be excused.
From the people, yes.
Thank you. You may say. Next witness.
Judge, people call Denise Roberts.
solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give in this matter before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Would you state your full name and then spell your last name for us, please?
Denise Roberts, Roberts.
Thank you, Judge. Ms. Roberts, are you familiar with the Swan Boat Club?
Yes, I am.
And were you actually there on April 20th of 2024?
Yes, I was.
Why were you at the Swan Boat Club on that day?
For my great nephew's 3rd birthday party, Stenson.
Stenson, that is, and so your niece is
Kristen,
Kristen Sigler,
yes,
and that is her son.
yes, it is.
Approximately what time did you arrive at the party on that day?
1 o'clock.
Can you please, for the jury, explain or describe the party prior to the crash?
It was set up as a circus party. You thought you were walking into a live circus. She had a popcorn machine set up for the kids. She had cotton candy, all kinds of little cups to put candy and stuff in, make their own little candy baskets. She had games and activities for the kids. She had a bouncy house. She had a face painter, a stilt walker, a balloon maker. She also had girls doing big bubbles for them. And she had food set up for them for like walking tacos and hot dogs, like on a rolling machine to keep them warm. She had decorations on the ceiling.
Were there a lot of people at this party?
Yeah, I would say approximately 50 or 60 people.
What percentage do you think were children?
Oh, probably 25, 30, I think, right around here.
And do you, what do you remember from the crash?
I was standing there talking to my sister-in-law, and all of a sudden I heard a loud boom. And all I remember saying is, WTF.
And do you think you lost consciousness?
Yes.
What do you remember when you came to?
I remember hearing a voice behind me saying, let's set her up in the chair. I couldn't at first recognize the voice, but then it started coming to me, and it was my nephew. And my ears and my focus started coming in. My husband had my arms, and he was helping my nephew set me up, and I said, do not put me in the chair. Let me sit here on the floor because my back hurts too bad.
And were you injured on that day?
Yes, I was.
Do you know what injuries you incurred?
I incurred 4 fractured ribs,
2 fractured scapulas, which are your shoulder blades. I had a slight concussion, PTSD, anxiety, and I'm having problems right now with my neck from it. And I'm supposed to get an injection, a second injection in my C5, C6, and see if that helps. Otherwise, my doctor wants to do a 3-level fusion in my neck.
Did you know the defendant prior to that day?
No, I did not.
Did you speak with the defendant on that day?
They set her in a chair when they got her out of the car, and they set her in a chair next to me, and she said a couple times, "What happened? I passed out." And one of my nephews yelled, "Shut the F up, you lying bitch, you're drunk."
No further questions, Judge.
You never met my client before that day, am I correct?
Correct.
And you don't know what type of medical, physical, neurological condition she had prior to that date, am I correct?
Excuse me, I can't hear you.
Oh, I apologize, let me move a little closer.
You don't know any type of neurological condition that she was being treated for prior to that day, am I correct?
You're correct.
And you're very upset with the injuries that occurred. Would you agree?
With my injuries?
Sure.
Yes, I am. I've been being
I don't-
treated
I
for
don't-
1.5 months for.
There's no question before you, but I have no other questions.
No redirect, Your Honor. People, as far as people are concerned, yes, Judge.
Next witness.
Judge, people will call Patricia Raths.
Can I sit?
You've been excused, yes.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this matter before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Miss, if you would state your full name and then spell your last name for us.
My name is Patricia Rath, and it's RATHS.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, Mrs. Rath. Are you a member of the Swan Boat Club?
No,
Have you ever been to the Swan Boat Club?
only on that day.
Okay, when you're referring to that day, are you referring to April 20th, 2024?
Yes,
Why were you at the Swan Boat Club that day?
it was my great nephew's 3rd birthday party.
And who's your great nephew?
Stetson Monkowski.
And then how is he related to you?
His mother, Tweety, is my niece,
And what is Tweety's real name?
Kristen Sigler.
All right, thank you. Can you describe the Stetson's birthday party for us?
Oh, when we got there and we walked in, and it was just magical. It was beautiful. It was like a 3-ring circus. It was all set up. There were tables when we first walked through the door, and then at the other end of the building, she had a bubble lady and hula hoops, and against the back wall, they had games for the kids to throw, play games and win prizes. She had a face painter over in the corner, and then they had a bunch of things where the kids could take pictures, like stick their head through the thing and get pictures. And I got there kind of early, and as the kids came in, they were just having a blast, running around. And then outside, there was a big bounce house for the kids too. And it was a good day. The kids were having a great time.
You mentioned you got there early. Do you recall what time you got there?
No,
Okay. Do you know how many people were there approximately, if you can recall?
I don't recall, but the room was full.
Okay.
The
And
tables were full.
were some of those attendees children?
Yes,
Okay. A good number of them?
many children.
At some point, did the party come to a stop?
Yes,
Okay. Can you tell me what you remember about that?
I heard an explosion, like a big boom, and I thought we'd been mocked. It was a loud noise. I didn't know what had happened. Apparently, I got hit in the head with something. I still have a dent in the top of my head. I was passed out. When I came to, I could hear my son saying, "Mom, Mom, are you okay?" He sounded like he was like a million miles away.
At some point, did you come to know what happened?
He got me up and put me in a chair, and it was all chaos. I mean, there was stuff everywhere, still floating, I guess, in the air. It was, people were screaming, my kids, I'm hurt. It was just total chaos.
Ms. Rass, prior to April 20th of 2024, did you know Marcella Chidester?
No,
At some point during that incident, you mentioned you were put into a chair. Did you come into contact with Marcella Chidester?
yes, they had set her down in a chair, like right by us, because when I was in the chair, my sister-in-law was on the floor right next to me, and she was in the chair on the other side of her. Before this even happened, my sister-in-law was standing at a table to my right. When I woke up on the floor, she was laying on the left side of me, on her back, and I was on my face. And when I came to, I thought I was blind. Everything was black. I couldn't see anything. And then I could gradually see some light, and then I could see some movement, figures, and then my vision did come back, and I could tell it was people, and I could see everything. It was very scary.
And you indicate sister-in-law, who is that?
Denise Roberts.
Okay. And you kind of mentioned it, but prior to, well, at some point, did you realize whether or not a bomb had gone off?
Eventually, I saw the car in the building.
Okay. A car came through the wall, right?
Yes.
Okay. And at some point prior to the car coming through that wall, can you just clarify, where were you sitting in relation to where the car entered the building?
I was sitting in a table. I think there was another set of tables. There were two sets of tables, two rows.
Mhm.
I think there was another set of tables in front of us, and the car came through the wall right behind me. If she would have came
To jump back and forth, Ms. Ratz, but to take you back to a moment ago when you stated that the defendant was seated, it sounds like in a chair next to you. Is that right? Okay. And did you have any interaction with her when she was sitting next to you?
I didn't talk to her at all, but I can still hear it in my head, and she kept saying, "I passed out! I passed out!" And then she would look at my sister-in-law and she'd say, "Are you hurt?" And then she would go back to that scream, "I passed out!"
Did you have any direct interaction with her?
No, I never spoke to her.
Did you incur any injuries as a result of this incident?
In the beginning, I had bad headaches, nausea, ringing in my ears, blurry vision. When they took me to the hospital, I had a concussion. I got a TBI. I now have PTSD, severe anxiety, panic attacks, but the biggest problem I have is my memory loss.
When you say TBI, what do you mean by that?
Traumatic brain injury.
That's all I have for you, Ms. Raths. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Ma'am, did you ever meet my client prior to that day?
I can't hear you.
Did you ever meet my client prior to that day?
No, I didn't.
You don't know what her medical condition, neurological condition prior to that day, to be fair.
No idea.
All right, thank you. And how are you related to Tony?
Tony is my son that was at the party with me, and we had my grandson with us too, who's 7.
Okay. And do you know if Tony knows me at all?
Yes,
How does he know me?
I don't know, just told me he knows you, I don't know.
Okay. I don't have any other questions.
Anything further?
Nothing, Judge.
Any sort of speaks to this?
The people's behalf, yes, Judge.
All right, thank you, ma'am. You're excused. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna take our afternoon break. I'm gonna have you go with Deputy Hoff. We'll all rise. Circuit Court is back in session. You may be seated.
People of the state of Michigan versus Marcella Chidester.
Briefly, Judge. And I'll beat the jury. Obviously, we opened, we finished jury instructions. People called 5 witnesses. We only had 6 scheduled. We've managed to rustle up 2 more, but I don't think that'll take us till 5 o'clock.
Okay, all right. Yeah, go ahead, I'm sorry. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Your next witness, Mr. Lawrence.
Your Honor, people call Jason Wickland.
Just stand right here and raise your right hand.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this matter before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do. Sir.
If you would state your name and spell your last name for us, please.
Jason Wickland, W-Y-C-K-L-A-N-D.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Wickland, are you a member at the Swan Boat Club? Have you been there before?
A couple times with family.
Were you there on April 20th of 2024?
I was
Why did you go to the Swan Boat Club on that day?
grandson's party.
Your grandson's party?
Yeah.
Okay. And do you know about what time you would have arrived?
It's pretty early, so between 1 and 2 o'clock.
Can you describe for the jury what the party was like prior to the crash?
Fun, happy, laughing.
Were there a lot of people present?
There's quite a few people there.
And what do you remember from the crash?
Standing there and not a big explosion.
Did you, to your knowledge, did you lose consciousness? Did you sustain any injuries on that day? And after the crash, what did you see?
Dust cleared a little bit. I looked over to the right and I seen the vehicle sitting inside the building.
So when the crash first occurred, you could not see very well?
It was kind of dusty. I was shocked.
Sure. And what did you hear after the crash?
Surprised and screams.
What is the first thing you did after the dust cleared so you could see?
I started walking, running over the vehicle, see if I can help him in any way.
And at some point, did you approach the vehicle that had crashed through the building?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Which side of the car did you approach on?
The driver's side.
And was the car door closed when you approached? The driver's side door closed?
Someone was trying to get it open and couldn't, so I grabbed it, gave it a big yank, pulled it open.
It was harder to open than a normal car door?
Yeah.
And what did you see when you opened the car door?
See my Marcella in the driver's seat there, fumbling around, shut off the car, and gave you.
So when you say you saw Marcella, was she awake?
Yes.
Okay. And did she say anything to you?
No, I was yelling for her to get off the car.
Okay. Was she doing anything?
Trying to reach down and she didn't see looking for something.
Did you notice anything about her? Anything else about her at that time?
Yeah, she was drunk.
Did you get Miss Chidester out of the car?
Yes, I did.
Was anybody else there at that time?
There was the other person that was there, I can't remember who it was, but the one that helped me open the door, we walked her to the back of the vehicle.
Okay. And after you got Miss Chidester out of the car, what did you do next?
I heard a baby cry. And I looked underneath the vehicle. I yelled for Jack. Couldn't find Jack, so I looked on the ground and there was 2x4s. A couple of us there, grabbed the 2x4 and lifted the vehicle. Kristen, climbed underneath the car and grabbed the baby up.
Did you know Marcella Chidester prior to this? No further questions, Judge.
Cross. Thank you, Judge.
Are you sure, sir, that you helped my client out of the car and it wasn't Sean Ulrich? I'm sorry?
Yes, I did grab her out of the car.
You did not, a gentleman by the name of Sean Ulrich? Okay, so he was there too? Okay. And do you know any of the medical history of my client neurologically? No. Okay, thank you. I appreciate your honesty. You knew that my client's vehicle went through the building and went in 25 feet approximately. Do you agree? Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay. And my client, she didn't seem like she had it all together. Do you agree? Is that a yes or a no? Okay. Okay. Would you agree that somebody goes through a building at whatever speed, 25 feet into the building, that somebody might not have all their faculties as if I enter a courtroom, walk in here?
Yeah.
Oh, it's possible? Okay. All right, thank you. I don't have any other questions.
Any redirect?
Briefly, Judge, thank you. Mr. Wickland, you testified that you believe the defendant was drunk when you got out of the car. What led you to believe that?
When I reached in the vehicle and shut the car off, I smelled alcohol on it.
And when you say you shut the car off, so when you opened the door, the car was still on.
Yes.
Do you know if the car was still in drive?
Yes.
Okay, no further questions, Judge.
Okay, I have a follow-up, Your Honor. Sir, their party, this party that was going on, there were a lot of people there? Okay, a lot of adults?
Adults and kids.
Kids and adults?
Yes.
Okay, was there any drinking going on there? Alcoholic drinking?
There was a couple people.
Only 2 people out of all those people were drinking?
There was a few. I didn't really pay attention to all that.
Okay. Did the bartender seem like she was busy? Or did you not pay attention?
I didn't pay attention. I was standing
Okay.
outside.
And when the car went in, did everything get all tossed everywhere? Tables, plates, cups? Did that all get tossed? Was there a total mess? We saw some videos earlier. Was it a total mess? Okay, all right. No other questions.
Any follow-up on that?
No, Judge.
This witness be excused.
Yes, Judge.
Thank you. Next witness.
Judge, we're going to call Sergeant Michael Bomia.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this matter before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Would you state your full name and spell your last name for us, please?
My name is Sergeant Michael Momia, Michalbomia.
Thank you, Judge. Sergeant, how are you employed?
I'm a police officer with the Monroe County Sheriff's Office
How long have you been in that position?
for 20 years, sir.
Did you have prior law enforcement experience?
No, sir.
Your entire career has been with the Monroe County Sheriff's Office.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Do you hold all of the training, education, certification necessary to be a peace officer in the state of Michigan?
Yes, I do.
And were those up to date on April 20th of 2024?
Yes, they were.
Were you working on April 20th of 2024?
Yes, I was.
What was your assignment on that date, if you recall?
I was the days the shift supervisor.
Can you explain to the jury what days B shift supervisor means?
Our roll control is broken up into 4 platoons, 2 days and 2 nights. There's an A platoon and a B platoon, both for the day shift and the night shift.
And so as the supervisor, it's your role to manage.
To supervise all the deputies that work the road on that shift.
And what is road patrol?
We are the division of the sheriff's office that responds to calls for service. If you call 911, or if there's a traffic crash, you're a victim or a victim of larceny, we're the ones that come to your home and respond to your call for service.
And in your role as supervisor, are you on the road in a squad car? Are you behind a desk?
Occasionally, I have some administrative paperwork to handle, but the majority of my shift is spent in a patrol car, going from call to call to help other deputies out.
And were you dispatched to Swan Boat Club on April 20th of 24?
Yes, I was.
And do you recall what that dispatch was?
Dispatch relayed that a car had just crashed into a building at the Swan Boat Club. It said it was a dark colored SUV, and several people were injured and were trapped underneath the vehicle.
How did you respond to that dispatch call?
I was in the area of North DC Highway and I-75. I responded on North DC Highway to Chronology. Managed it. I don't know exactly how it goes, but it was the most direct route.
And do you know approximately what time you would have arrived on scene?
It was approximately a quarter after 3.
So about 3:15 in the afternoon?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What did you observe when you arrived at the Swan Boat Club?
When I arrived at the boat club, there was several people laying on the ground in need of medical help. There was also a large hole in the side of the building at the Swan Boat Club.
To your knowledge, were you the first law enforcement officer on scene?
Yes, sir.
And were there other first responders when you had arrived?
Just before my arrival, several firefighters had arrived on scene to help.
And at some point, did you enter the boat club?
Yes, I did, sir.
How did you enter the boat club?
I entered through the hole in the side of the building.
This is the hole that the car created.
Yes, sir.
What did you see when you entered the boat club?
I observed more people either laying on the ground or in need of medical care. There also was a dark colored Ford Edge that was in the northeast side of the building.
Was anybody in act with the defendant at some point?
Yes, I did, sir.
How did you come to enter the defendant on that day?
I asked several witnesses around if where the driver was at, and they pointed to the driver who was sitting in a folding chair in the building.
And at some point, did the defendant identify herself as the driver to you?
Yes, sir.
And did you see that person in the courtroom today who identified herself as the driver?
Record should reflect the witness has identified the defendant.
What did you do next, Sergeant?
I assisted the driver to her feet, and then we walked out to my patrol car.
And while you were walking out to the patrol car, Did you have any interaction with the defendant?
Yes, I did, sir.
Okay. And at your patrol car, what did you do then?
On the way to the patrol car, I asked her several questions. I asked her if she was where she needed any alcohol. Before I put her in the back of my patrol car, I asked her again if she needed any medical assistance. She said no. I asked her name. She identified herself by my name. And then I secured her in the back of my patrol car.
And are you issued a body worn, what is referred to commonly as a body worn camera?
Yes, sir.
Or a body cam? And were you wearing it on that day?
Yes, sir.
And was it functional and operating properly on that day?
Yes, sir.
Have you had an opportunity to review the footage from your body worn camera?
Yes, I have.
Is it a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw on that day?
Yes, it was.
All right, Judge. I don't know how the court wants to do this. We are going to move, so.
Apparently counsel is okay with showing it before it gets moved further.
Okay, so I will request to present that to the jury now.
What is the-
This is a proposed People's Exhibit 4, Sergeant Bolomia's body camera.
All right.
We're on the way. What happened? I passed out. Okay. Have you been feeling ill or anything like that? Yeah. What kind of medical conditions do you have? Seizures. Seizures? Okay. Were you here for the party? No. What were you out here at the boat club for? Are you a member? Yeah, I was just coming down here. Oh my God, this is terrible. So you take medications for seizures, you said? Have you been drinking it all today? A little bit, yeah. Okay. When's the last time you had something to drink? Probably half an hour ago. Half an hour ago, what do you drink? Wine. Wine, okay. What's your name, Marshall? Marshall what? Chedison, okay. You don't have any weapons on you, do you? No. All right, I'm just gonna leave you back here just for a little bit, okay? Okay. All right. Do you need to see any medical attention right now? Okay. I'm gonna roll down this window over here to get you some air, okay? Okay.
Sergeant, is the time and date stamp correct on that video?
Yes, sir.
All right. Judge, I would again move to admit People's Proposed Exhibit 4.
People's 4 is admitted.
Sergeant, did you have any other interactions with the defendant on that day? No further questions, Judge.
Cross? No cross. Thank you. May this witness be excused?
Yes, Judge.
Next witness.
At this time, the people will call Detective Madison Fleck.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this matter before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Detective, if you would state your full name and then spell your last name for us, please.
My name is Madison Fleck, M-E-D-S-O-N, last name Fleck, F-L-E-C-K.
Thank you, Judge. Detective, are you currently employed?
Yes.
Where are you employed?
Rural County Sheriff's Office.
And what do you do there?
Currently, I'm a detective assigned to property evidence room. Previous to and during this call, I was a road deputy.
And you said, are you referring to April 20th, 2024?
Yes.
And what training, if any, did you receive in order to be a road deputy as of April 20th, 2024?
I had an associate's degree in criminal justice as well as the basic police academy.
Prior to April 20th of 2024, approximately how long had you been a road deputy?
It was about 3 years.
You said 3 years? And prior to this, did you have any law enforcement experience?
No.
And are you currently in good standing with the state of Michigan?
Yes.
Okay, and you have all the requisite training to be a peace officer in the state of Michigan, right? You indicated that on April 20th of 2024, you were a road deputy. Obviously, you were working on that date. And at some point, did you get called to the Swan Boat Club?
I heard the call on the radio from dispatch inside the Swan.
Okay, and what did you hear on dispatch, if you can recall?
That there was a vehicle crash in the Swan Boat Club and there was subjects entering the vehicle.
Okay. And did you end up responding there?
Yes.
What time did you respond to the scene, if you can recall?
Around 15, 16 hours, maybe a little bit later than that.
And for those of us who are not familiar with military time, what is 15, 16 hours?
316.
Upon your arrival, what did you observe?
It was chaos. It was apparent that a vehicle had driven into the building. There was multiple first responders giving aid to people that were injured during the crash. Chaos, others trying to find their victims.
Did you respond to assist any particular individuals?
Yes, it did.
Okay, and at some point, did you learn who those individuals were?
Yes, it did.
Okay, and who did you directly respond to?
I believe it was Diane Medina, Denise Roberts, another subject, Kristen Zia. Anybody else that really needed immediate attention.
In regard to Miss Medina, do you recall what was her demeanor, or what was her positioning when you arrived and when you approached her?
She was on the ground in the bar. She was playing a pain, honestly, with she goes in her back.
And in regard to Miss Stith, Leah Stith, where was she and what was her demeanor?
She was also near the bar. She was in, I think, she was trained to respond to questions. And she appeared to be suffering from back injuries as well.
Okay, and you also mentioned Miss Denise Roberts, correct? What interaction did you have with her?
She was sitting in the chair and complaining of head pain. She was at the table closest to the car impacted building.
On April 20th, 2024, were you issued what's commonly referred to as a body worn camera? Are you aware of, was it in working order on that date and time? And have you had the opportunity to review the footage from your body worn camera on that date and time? I'm sorry? Most of it? Okay. And the portion that you did review, did that accurately depict what you, fair and accurate representation of what you observed on that day? Okay. Judge, I'm going to proffer for the court what is marked People's Exhibit 5. If I may just go ahead and play that, Judge?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Deputy, I'm going to direct you to the screen.
On the floor. She's got one back there. I don't even know. She's 18.
Is there anybody? I got this news information. I'm gonna start working on getting just try to stay out of the way of the eye of everybody and help where you can. She's allergic to Mexico. You're welcome. I think they want to leave her right for right now. It should. All right. Ma'am, will we get, were you in here when that, no, did you witness it at all? Okay. Medina. Yeah. Is that hurt pretty much everywhere right now? Okay. Just try to take some deep breaths, okay? As deep breaths as you can. Yeah. As deep breaths as you can. Well, they're hitting this guy, and then you're right. You're coming up next. Okay. Okay. they have, they gotta get her, and then they were, right in front, so we'll keep her right there, you guys need any help back there, man? Okay. Sir, see the conversation yet?
No.
Will you witness it?
I was in the bar, I just heard it came out of the box, so but I didn't see when it actually happened.
Okay. Okay. Well, let's just start getting on.
Deputy, you indicated that you watched most of your body cam. What was one of your roles during your time at this scene to obtain personal information?
Yeah, I wanted to make myself.
Okay, and I likely noticed, there were portions of audio that were missing through this body cam. Is that correct? And that was because of private information of the individuals you were interviewing. Is that right? Okay. Your audio was working on your body-worn camera, correct? Okay. But based off what we just saw here, Detective, I'm sorry, I keep calling you Deputy. Detective, was this a fair and accurate representation of what you saw on that date and time? And if you look up in the right-hand corner, if you can see, and based off your review of the video, to your knowledge, the date and time stamp on the video are correct, right? Okay, thank you. That's all I have, Judge. Oh, I'm so sorry, Judge. I do have to admit People's Exhibit 5.
No objection. People's 5 is admitted. Cross? No, cross. Thank you. You may be excused. Next witness?
Judge, at this time, that was People's 8th witness for the afternoon. We only had 6 booked. We managed to get 2 more here. We don't have any other witnesses that we're ready to present right now.
No objection. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to call it a day. It's a long day anyway, so I'm sure nobody's really sad about this, except me, because I want to get things going. But nonetheless, we're going to break for the evening.
Lord Marshalla Chedister returned to a Monroe County courtroom today for Lord Marshalla.
Spell your last name, please.
John Seabar. T-E is boy A-R-R.
Thank you.
Mr. Barr, how are you employed?
I'm employed with the French Town Fire Department.
How long have you been with the French Town Fire Department?
Just over 20 years.
Any other experience as a first responder?
I started my career in Bedford Township in 1998 until 2000.
So also, how long have you been a first responder?
Approximately 26 years.
You indicated that you are a paramedic.
Yes, sir.
How long have you been a paramedic?
Approximately 23 years.
And were you employed as a firefighter and a paramedic on April 20th, 2024?
Yes, sir.
How were you assigned on that day?
I was the shift commander in charge of the base operations.
What, I guess for those of us that aren't in the industry, what is shift commander for days operation actually mean?
So I'm responsible for the emergent and non-emergent response to all calls for service within the township, outside of the township, as well as general supervision assigned at that position.
As a supervisor, do you respond to all the calls, or is it sort of depend on the nature of the call?
Yes, sir. Depends on the nature of the call. The higher priority calls are typically the incidents that I would respond to.
And when you say higher priority, does that mean more serious?
Yes, sir. Seriously.
And were you dispatched to the Swan Boat Club on April 20th, 2024?
I was.
And do you recall what that dispatch was?
Yes, sir. Berlin Township Fire Department was dispatched to the Swan Boat Club on the report of a vehicle through the building with multiple persons injured on the ground as well as a possible child in traffic.
Is Swan Boat Club in your jurisdiction?
No, sir, it's not.
You were brought in as extra help?
Yes, sir, we were.
And when you received that dispatch, do you recall where you were?
Yes, sir. I was at Station 1, getting ready to pull out of the parking lot, perform some general errands for the day.
And how did you respond to that dispatch?
I responded to my department issued vehicle with my emergency license siren activated to the scene approximately 9 minutes.
Do you know about the time you arrived on scene?
I believe it would have been about 3:15.
Were there other first responders or law enforcement already there?
Yes, sir. I pulled in with Berlin Fire Department's first arriving unit as well as the sergeant from the Monroe County Sheriff's Office.
You were very early to the scene.
Yes, sir.
And can you please describe what you observed when you arrived at Swan Boat Club?
Once I parked my vehicle, I noticed the large hole in the side of the building. Numerous people on the exterior of the building looking for help, asking for help, as well as an individual being attended to on the right side of the building, the right side of the building.
Do you know who that would be?
That would have been St. Phil's.
And did you enter the boat club?
I did, sir.
How did you enter the boat club?
Through the opening that was created by the vehicle.
What did you see when you entered?
Equal amount of chaos on the inside. To my right were 3 individuals, 2 of them, 2 females sitting in a chair, 1 female lying on the floor.
Did you interact yourself with any of the injured victims?
No, sir. I was able to ascertain that they were conscious, alert, breathing, and not in need of immediate medical attention.
Is that because of your role as a supervisor?
Yes, sir. As a senior paramedic on scene, and first arriving, my responsibilities typically would be to triage or categorize the nature of injuries associated with each victim and arrange for the transport of those victims as appropriate.
So you were also involved in determining who went ambulance or life flight if necessary?
Yes, sir. I was.
Do you recall if anybody was life flighted that day?
Yes, sir. I believe that would have been Shady Phillips.
That is the son that survived. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And nobody else was transported by a life flight?
No, sir.
Is that because it was determined that it wasn't very we're not so severe that they needed that?
For the totality of the injuries, I believe we transported 7 total patients, 1 went by air ambulance, 2 air ambulances were requested to see through the initial aircraft, assisted in advanced life support procedures with ZEC in the back of the Kristen ambulance.
So you requested a second air, and if you call it air ambulance, I call it West, or flight, I'll call it air ambulance, sorry. You requested that was ultimately not used?
Correct. The crews utilized the aircraft.
Why was that not used?
Those individuals from that aircraft were tasked with assisting in the resuscitation efforts with ZEC.
But he did not survive.
No, sir.
He had deceased on the scene.
Yes, sir.
Do you know how many victims were transported by ambulance?
6 total by ground, 1 by air ambulance.
And do you know where those victims were sent? The ones that went? Do you know where the victim that was life-flighted went?
Jake was transported by aircraft to University of Michigan Moss Hospital.
And out of the non-heroic cases, where were those victims transported to?
Ms. Dodds was transported by French County ambulance to Corwell Trenton. I This stiff was transported by a Huron Valley ambulance crew to Cornwall, Trenton. And then I believe we had two additional patients, Ms. Rath and Richards, were transported by a Rockwood ambulance to Wyandotte Hospital. And Mr. Smothers was transported by a Monroe Community ambulance to Detroit Children's Hospital.
Were some victims able to transport themselves?
That is my understanding.
So you wouldn't have been involved in that? They would have gotten a ride or driven themselves?
That's correct.
So you referenced where you saw people injured in there. Do you know specifically where this stiff was located initially?
I believe this stiff was at the base of the bar, almost to the end on the right side if you were facing the bar from the hole that had been created in the side of the building, laying on her back, being attended to by a male unit.
And what about Mr. Edward Smothers? Do you know where he was initially located?
I believe Mr. Smothers was in the breezeway, more or less in the center of the breezeway, sitting in an upright position. He had a obvious deformity to his right leg. He had some injuries to his face that were bleeding.
When you say obvious deformity, are you indicating what appears to be broken?
Yes, sir.
Diane Medina, do you know where Ms. Medina was found?
I believe Ms. Medina was just to the left of this stiff, just to the rear of the vehicle.
So that would also be along the bar?
Yes, sir. Facing the bar.
And lastly, do you know where Jaden Phillips was located?
Jaden, is my understanding that he was thrown over the top of the bar and was located to the left, down below some of the debris.
Are you saying that Jaden was hit by the car and thrown actually over the bar, was found underneath it? Or behind it?
That's correct.
Were you involved in providing aid to Zane Phillips?
No, sir. The only interaction I had with him was my initial assessment of him as I was entering the building. And then when I exited the building, I did stop and check for a pulse on the same.
And at that point, did he still have a pulse?
He did, however, it was weak and threatened.
Do you know where Zane was originally located?
I'm not aware of where Zane originally was located.
Because he had already been extricated by
Yes,
the
sir.
time. What about Alana Phillips? Do you know where she was located?
Ms. Phillips, when I was triaging Mr. Smothers and his dogs, it was made aware of me that Alana was somewhere in the vicinity of the vehicle. When I moved some of the debris, I was able to locate her at the corner of the door, just in front of the vehicle.
Were you able to remove her?
I was not.
Why is that?
Based on my training, education, and experience, I was able to determine that the injuries she had sustained were not compatible with life.
It was safe. Are you issued camera you wear daily?
No, sir.
No, for the cross.
Is what the speech is.
Yes.
Thank you. Next witness. Judge Wickland, Deputy Stephen Schmidt.
Do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give in this matter before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Deputy, would you state your name and spell your last name for the record, please?
Deputy Stephen Schmidt, S-T-E-V-E-N, S-C-H-M-I-D-T.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. Deputy, what do you do for a living?
I'm a police officer in the Monroe County Sheriff's Office.
And how long have you worked for the Monroe County Sheriff's Office?
Approximately 5 years.
Okay. Did you have any law enforcement jobs before that?
I did.
And what was that?
I worked for the Dundee Police Department for approximately 2.5 years.
Did you have any law enforcement jobs before that?
I did.
What was that?
I worked for the Riverview Police Department for just a short amount of time, approximately 1
9 months.
Okay, so you've been a law enforcement officer just over 8 years?
Around there.
And were you working for the sheriff's department on April 20th?
That was.
And what was your assignment back then?
I was assigned to road patrol.
Since then, you've been promoted to a specialized division within the sheriff's office?
Yes.
So you're no longer a road patrol deputy?
No, I'm assigned to the detective bureau.
And currently, you have all the training, certification, and educations necessary to be a certified police officer in the state of Michigan?
I do.
And all those are up to date as of now?
Yes.
And they were up to date on April 20th?
Yes, sir.
And what was your assignment on April 20th?
I was assigned to road patrol, District 1, which would be North County.
Okay. And in road patrol, you respond to calls for service?
Yes. So many calls, we go.
Did you receive a call for service that brought you here to testify to it?
Yeah.
And what was the nature of that call?
It was for a vehicular crash at the Swan Boat Club.
And did you respond?
I did.
What did you see when you arrived?
Upon arrival, it was pure chaos when I got there. There were people running around, injured people, people lying on the ground. One of my first observations was a large hole in the side of the boat club where a vehicle driven through it. Upon walking up, I saw a small child who he didn't appear to be breathing.
Where was he located?
In the grass just outside of the hole in the wall, inside of the boat club.
So as you're assessing the scene, what do you do to orient yourself?
Well, the first thing I try to do is just kind of find a place wherever I can help. That being with first aid as best as I could.
And where did you wind up within the overall scene?
So, Conservation Officer Ingersoll, he was in the breezeway area between the bar and almost like the foyer type area. He was asking for help. He was with a small child who had a significant leg injury.
Was there anybody else in the breezeway area when you went in?
There was a middle-aged female. She was sitting against the wall.
And what was her state?
She was in and out of consciousness from what I remember.
And so at least initially when you arrived on scene, you just tried to assist with first aid of the victims as you could see.
Yes.
Eventually, did you make contact with Sergeant Coleman?
I did.
And what was his position on the scene in regards to the sheriff's office?
So he was the shift supervisor at the time.
So at the time, was he the commanding officer on scene, for lack of a better term?
Yes, he was the officer in charge.
Did he give you any direction?
He did. He advised me that he had the driver of the vehicle seated in the rear of his patrol vehicle. At that time, he asked if I would start an investigation for the crash with the driver.
Did he give you any direction in what kind of investigation to perform?
Yes, there were some cues for possible intoxicated driver, so that was the investigation that I conducted.
Okay. And so at this point, you've been a law enforcement officer for 8 years.
Correct.
All of them road patrol. Had you conducted an OWI investigation prior to that day? About how many?
Personally, somewhere in the range of about 50 myself, plus I've also trained other new deputies and new officers, and been part of their OWI operating intoxicating investigations, as well as assisting other officers in the sheriff's office.
So do you receive specialized training specifically to OWI investigations in the police academy?
We do.
And as part of being a police officer, do you take updates to that training throughout the course of your employment?
Yes, we do.
And you did as being a police officer for those 8 years?
Yes, sir.
Did you receive any specialized training beyond the academy and those subsequent educations in the OWI
Yes, so I attended A-Ride training or advanced roadside impaired driving training in approximately August of 2022.
Okay, and if you could just explain to the jury briefly what that is outside of its name.
So it's just a more specialized training. They teach you some different techniques for sobrieties, besides the main three that are recognized by National Highway Traffic Safety Administration being like the three primary SFSTs or sobriety tests.
Okay, so I know the term sobriety, SFST, sobriety test. Explain to the jury just a little bit what a sobriety test is, what its purpose is.
So a sobriety test is essentially a divided attention test. Somebody that's under the influence of alcohol or narcotics, they might not be able to focus on instructions, plus then at the same time being able to actually conduct the test.
So you use the term SFST or standardized field sobriety test.
Correct.
What are those in the state of Michigan?
So in the state of Michigan, there are three. The first being the horizontal gaze nystagmus, or what's an eye test. The second being it's called one leg stand. Essentially, you stand on either foot of shoes and you lift the other leg slightly off the ground with your hands to your sides, and you're asked to count numbers. The third being walk and turn. Walk and turn, essentially, you walk a certain steps down. You take a small series of steps and turn yourself around, and you walk back to the starting point.
And those are the standardized field sobriety tests in Michigan.
Correct.
That all officers are trained on.
Correct.
Specifically as to the eye test, the horizontal gaze nystagmus, what are you taught to look for on that test?
So you're taught to look for what's called nystagmus, or an involuntary jerk of your pupils. Somebody who is under the influence, it will tend to your eyes will, somebody that's sober, your eyes will roll smoothly across your head. Somebody who's under the influence, when they're focusing on the cue, which a pen or the tip of your finger, you'll actually see that their pupils actually jerk from side to side, which shows an impairment.
When conducting these tests, you're not just looking at the results of the test, are you?
No.
What else are you looking for?
You're looking for other cues for intoxication, whether it's bloodshot, watery eyes, whether their inability to stand on their own or keep balance, if they're slurring their speech, their inability to follow simple directions, etc.
So with this training, you approach Sergeant Bomia's vehicle, is that right?
Correct.
What do you find when you get there?
Well, the defendant was seated in the rear of Sergeant Bomia's vehicle. So that's where I located her at, was in the rear of his patrol vehicle.
What did you do once you located?
Once I located her, I began to talk to her, ask what her name is, ask if she's injured, just basic questions.
What are the things you're looking for just in asking the basic questions?
Well, immediately you're looking for signs of intoxication, whether they have, like I said, bloodshot, watery eyes, do they smell like alcohol or intoxicants, are their clothes disheveled, have they vomited or urinated on themselves, just basic signs like that.
So these visual basic signs that you look for in an OWI investigation, did you observe any of them in the defendant that day?
Yes.
Which ones?
So at that time, I could smell the odor of toxins coming from her, bloodshot, watery eyes, and then later on, inability to keep balance.
Okay. So you had a brief conversation with her as she's seated in the back of the patrol vehicle.
Correct.
And And at some point you make a determination you're going to attempt standardized field sobriety testing.
I did. I asked her if she'd be willing to consent to take some sobriety tests, and she agreed to do so.
Okay. And what did you do with the defendant then?
I had her exit the patrol vehicle. Upon exiting the patrol vehicle, she was having problems with balance. So she used my arm to kind of hold herself up while I walked her to the rear of the patrol vehicle. Before that, during our medical questionnaire, I was informed that she does have neuropathy in her hands and feet.
And what's your understanding of the result of that?
The understanding of neuropathy?
Yes.
I would object, it's not a medical professional, it's a combination of
That's why I asked him what his understanding of it is. Instead of asking for an expert opinion, I'm asking with what his understanding of it is, how did that affect how he treated the defendant?
I think that makes sense. He's not giving an expert opinion. The objection is overruled.
And as far as what in my experience of somebody with neuropathy, it's obviously something that's neurological, numbing in their hands or feet or legs.
How does that impact the way you conduct your OWI investigation as it pertains to sobriety tests?
So I think immediately at that time that took the one-night stand and walk and turn kind of off the table for me. I didn't feel like she'd be in any condition to try to perform those tests at that time.
And that's because she had self-reported neuropathy and you had witnessed her exhibiting a lack of ability to balance.
Correct.
Even if someone hadn't reported a medical condition, with that lack of balance, how would you approach the standardized field sobriety test?
But in her condition that she was that day?
Yes, or just in general.
So always whenever I have conducted a OWI investigation, I think that one of the most important things is to see if they're able to conduct any of the physical tests. If they're able to, no prior injuries or anything that would prohibit them from doing so, then I think that would be sufficient to complete those tests.
So if someone's experiencing a lack of balance, would you ask them to do the one leg stand?
Most likely not.
Why not?
Their safety is paramount for me. I don't want them falling over or tripping on themselves or injuring themselves any further.
And what about the walk and turn?
The walk and turn is the same way. If somebody's having a hard time walking, I don't want to make them walk 8 steps down, take a turn, and then walk 8 steps back towards me. The last thing I want is for somebody to fall into traffic and injure themselves.
But that's not the case with the HDN, right? Of course, on basic status.
Correct.
Did you attempt to conduct that on the defendant?
I did.
And how did that work out?
I tried a few different times. The defendant was not able to focus on the stimulus, which was my finger, so I wasn't able to actually complete that test.
What do you mean she wasn't able to focus?
So when I held my finger up in front of her face, I was moving it back and forth, and she was failing to follow my finger. She was just staring directly at me.
So she wasn't. What do you tell someone with the stimulus when you're conducting an HDN?
I tell them to follow with their eyes, and their eyes only don't move their head.
Okay. And was she able to follow with her eyes?
No.
Did she turn her head one way or the other to try to follow?
At some point, she was trying to use her head to follow, but ultimately, she was able to complete the test.
You talk about things you look for in conducting sobriety tests. Her behavior in that test, is that in any way significant to you with your experience and training?
It could be, yes.
And how?
In prior experiences, I've had people that were impaired, they were unable to follow the stimulus while conducting that test. Just because you can't follow the stimulus or complete the test doesn't mean that that's not a sign of intoxication or impairment.
And that's part of following instructions too.
Yes.
So you were only able to attempt one standardized field sobriety test. Are there any other sobriety tests you give in the event that somebody's unable to conduct the physical portions?
Yes, typically if somebody's unable to complete the physical portions, I'll go with a mental one, somebody that there is a test that they're able to do without doing anything physically.
Did you do so in this case?
I did.
And what test did you administer?
So I had the defendant recite the alphabet A to Z without singing.
Was she able to do that?
She was able to complete that test.
And did you do any other cognitive tests?
I did.
And what was that?
I did a number counting test. I gave her instructions. I asked her to start from 100 and count backwards to 88.
Was she able to effectuate that test?
She was not.
What were the results of that test?
But I be able to refresh myself with those results. So as far as the results of that test, she was able to count backwards from 100 back to 91, and then back up to 100, and then from there she skipped over 88, and then was counting in 70s and counting descending in 70s from 78 to 72.
And the initial instruction was to count from backwards from 100 to 88. At that point, did you do anything else in regards to a roadside OWI investigation?
No, that concluded the investigation.
What was, in your training and experience, what did you believe existed at that time?
Well, I believe that there was probable cause for impairment to make an arrest for operating while intoxicated at that time.
And what did you do with the defendant once you made that determination?
So I placed her in handcuffs, advised her she was under arrest, did handcuff her in front, because earlier she advised that she had a wrist injury in the crash. I didn't really want to handcuff her behind her back and strain herself or hurt herself any further, so I handcuffed her in front, and then she was placed in the rear of my patrol vehicle.
And that concluded your role in the OWI investigation at the scene.
At the scene, correct.
Did you remain on scene after that?
I did. And
what did you do?
At that time, I was just trying to do whatever I could to try to alleviate some of the duties from anybody that was there. Like I said before, it was a very chaotic situation. There were medical personnel running around everywhere, and I just wanted to make sure that, if anything was needed at that time, that I could be there and assist.
At some point, did you interact with Deputy Carino of the Sheriff's Department?
I did.
And what was the nature of that interaction?
So Deputy Carino wanted to do some further investigation of the whole incident with the defendant.
Deputy Carino wanted to continue the OWI investigation?
Correct.
And he did so?
Correct.
And you stood by while that happened?
I did.
And also during that time, you dealt with other folks at the scene?
I did.
Witnesses, is that correct?
Yes.
And other police officers?
Yes.
At some point, were you told to leave the scene?
I was.
And who directed you to do that?
That would have been Sergeant Bowman.
And what instruction did he give you?
He asked me to take the defendant to the hospital so we can do the blood draw for the OWI investigation.
So just explain to the jury roughly, what does that mean?
So after somebody's placed under arrest for operating while intoxicated, there's a form that we have to read on. It's their chemical test. There's a DI 177, which is the state form, that's what it's named, and then DI 93. So the 177 is consent, so they give consent for a chemical test. DI-93 would be, they don't get consent. On the back of the paperwork, there's instructions. I read her the instructions, asked her if she'd be willing to take a chemical test, which at that time would be a blood draw, and then she would be transported to the hospital to get that blood draw conducted.
And did you in fact transport her to the hospital?
I did.
At this time, were you aware that this crash had fatalities?
I was semi-aware, but not to the full extent.
Okay. By the time you got to the hospital, were you aware?
Yes.
Does the sheriff's office have a policy on chemical testing when there's a fatal crash?
Yes, it's in best judgment to make sure that instead of doing a breath test, a blood draw is done.
And what about as it pertains to a consent?
I believe with the consent blood draw at that time, it would have been best practice to complete a search warrant for the blood regardless.
All right. And did you do so?
I did.
And what's involved, deputy, in completing a search warrant for a blood draw at the hospital?
So we have an online form that we essentially fill out. That's our.
I'm not proffering it for its legality. I'm proffering it to explain the time frame between the crash and the blood draw.
I think the objection is overruled. I think what he's telling us is just the basic procedure. And I think that's appropriate.
Your Honor, the procedure I totally respect. It should be pretty time concern. Thank you.
We won't. So you have an online form?
Correct. We have an online form that's on our laptops. Fill all the form out. It's essentially everything I kind of just went over. What happened, the day, time, results of sobrieties, what sobrieties were conducted. And then after that, I have to contact whoever's the on-call prosecutor. They have to agree that there's enough probable cause there for the search warrant to be signed. And then I have to contact the on-call magistrate and have the actual search warrant signed and then sent back to me.
And April 20th, 2024 is a Saturday, is that correct?
Correct.
So you're dealing with all folks who are not.
Correct.
That's why you're using the term on-call, right?
Yes, sir. Everybody is not working during that time, so.
At least everybody who you would need for a search.
Correct.
So any idea how long all that took, deputy?
From the time of the crash to the time of the blood draw.
Well, just the time to prepare the search warrant and get it signed.
I don't know specifically, but it kind of is a time-consuming process.
And where do you typically in these types of situations do all that?
It's all done into the vehicle. I don't have access on any of the computers at the hospital to do anything like that, so it has to be done outside of the emergency room, the hospital.
Okay. Is it only upon your completion of those documents that you then enter the hospital?
Yes.
And is that what happened in this case?
Yes.
So you go to the scene, you investigate, you leave with the defendant, drive to the hospital, complete your paperwork. At this point, you finally get into the physical hospital.
Correct.
You take the defendant in with you.
Yes.
And were there any other law enforcement officers there?
Deputy Flint was there with me as well.
At this point, when you enter the hospital with the defendant, is this the first interaction the hospital has with you and the defendant? Do they know you're coming?
I don't believe they knew I was coming at that time. I don't recall them.
So once you enter the hospital, what's the procedure once you arrive in these types of cases?
So the procedure, anytime you take somebody in the hospital, they need to be ran for registration, to get them registered to the hospital. And then after that, then whoever's working the front desk there, the bed in the ER, they assign us where to go, or assign us a room. Most of these cases, we go to the back. There's a seclusion room back there, which is away from everybody that's in the general area of the emergency room. So that's where I took her that day.
Is that where you were directed to take her?
Yes.
And you say she had to speak, the defendant was registered at the hospital. Was that common in a OWI investigation?
Yes.
Was there any other reason the defendant would have been registered in the hospital that day?
Well, she had some injuries in the crash, specifically her wrist. And I needed to get that attended to before we could ever even think about leaving the hospital.
So you're not just there for a blood draw, but you're there for treatment for the defendant's injury?
Correct.
And you advise the hospital of that?
Yes.
Do you know why Deputy Flint was present also?
I believe Deputy Bowman, or I'm sorry, Sergeant Bowman wanted another officer there, security reasons, and just to make sure we had 2 sets of eyes on everything, so everything was all secured.
Is that typical in an OWI blood draw?
Sometimes, but not typically.
So in your 50 plus OWI investigations, have you ever been present for a blood draw before? About how many times?
Probably the majority of those.
So is there a specialized procedure mandated by the state of Michigan and the Michigan State Police in conducting a blood draw for an OWI?
There is.
And how does that procedure start?
So there is paperwork that the hospital gives to me that needs to be filled out. One of them being a consent to draw form. I believe there's another piece of paper as well that I have to fill out there. And then after I do that, that's when I get a Michigan State Police blood kit.
So the initial paperwork you got to fill out, that has nothing to do with the legality of the draw, that's just for the hospital.
Correct, that's just for their own records and mandating.
And the Michigan State Police blood draw kit, what is that?
So it is it's a cardboard box that has a seal on it, like a sticker seal. On the inside, there's contents of paperwork. There's the actual blood vial tubes that are contained in the box. And then there's a bag for, at the end, that's where the actual tubes that come in the cardboard, they go into that bag, and then everything gets sealed into the box, and then you get another sticker, security sticker that you put on the outside.
So just by naming it a Michigan State Police blood draw kit, that kind of begs the question. But do you know who provides these kits and what their nature is across the state?
So we, as the sheriff's office, we keep our blood kits at the hospital.
In other words, so you get them from the hospital?
Correct.
Do the sheriff's department provide them to the hospital?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
And who provides them to the sheriff's department?
I would guess somebody from command, but I'm not sure.
So, are these standardized across the state, do you know?
They are. Everybody in the state of Michigan uses the same kit.
So you obtain the kit in this instance from the emergency room, from the hospital.
Correct.
And they store them for the sheriff's office there.
Yes.
And that's what you did in this case. Is that typical?
Yes.
You don't keep the kits in your car?
We
obtained a kit in this case, was the kit sealed?
It was.
Did it appear to be in good order?
It did.
No dents, scratches, holes?
Nothing.
Did it appear typical of the kits you've seen in the past?
Yes.
Once you obtain the kit, well, in fact, this is just a demonstrative exhibit. So this is you, deputy. What is that?
This is a Michigan State Police blood kit.
And is that, at least so far, typical of what you would handle in every OWI run?
Yes.
And so once you obtain it from the hospital, what's the first thing you do?
Well, the first step is to open it up. The kits have an integrity seal that's already on it. This is how all kits come. Can I open it?
Sure.
Oh.
As you do that, deputy, that day, did you break the seal on the kit?
No, Deputy Flint did that day.
Did he do that in your residence?
He did.
Did he open the box or simply cut the seal?
I believe he took the paperwork out and laid it on the table.
Okay. So if you could show the jury then what's inside the kit.
So inside of the kit, sorry, I'm trying to talk on the microphone here. So inside of the kit, this is essentially what it looks like when you open it up. There's a blue piece of paper as an insert. It basically tells you the contents of the kit, what's inside of it. There are these two little plastic vials, which are used for urine sample collection. And in my almost 8 years of law enforcement, I've never collected urine on chemical tests. Also inside the box, there are the blood tubes. They come in this little piece of cardboard. I don't know if you guys can see that. There's like a little bit of powdery type agent in the bottom of the tube. That's essentially to keep the blood fresh. There's 2 tubes. They come like this. The alcohol and drug determination sheet. This is carbon copy paperwork. There's 3 copies. It says on the bottom, the white copy submit with the kit, the yellow copy received by the agency. Just like this. Sorry, there's 2 copies. Carbon copy. One goes with the kit, one gets received by the agency.
And that's paperwork you have to fill out on the scene.
Correct.
What else is in the kit?
There are labels for the specimens. So these labels get filled out by me, and then they get affixed to the side of the blood tubes by the phlebotomist after the draw. Also is a iodine prep pad. This is no alcohol. This is what gets used on the site when the phlebotomist does the draw, just so there's no questions about if there's going to be alcohol used on that site.
So just to back up to clarify that. So that's an iodine wipe that's included in the kit.
Correct.
And that you give that to the person who does the blood draw, the phlebotomist or the nurse.
Yes, sir.
And that's so that the requirement is met that when the site is sterilized, there's no alcohol.
Yes, sir.
What else is in the kit?
There is a plastic bag with a big warning label on it. The reason for the big warning label is You see there is a small piece of almost like cloth in the bag. The reason for this being in the bag is if one of these blood tubes breaks while in this bag, this actual piece of cloth will absorb the blood and it can actually still be tested by the lab. So it's important that this actual piece actually gets left in there.
And what's the big warning label?
So the big warning label, it says important to place blood tube holder containing filled blood tubes along with filled specimen bottles inside Ziploc bag and squeeze out all excess air in closed bag. Note, do not remove liquid absorbing sheet.
Is there any other paperwork in the kit?
There is a shipping seal for when you're done. Box everything back up.
All right. So initially, when, all right, well, wait the box.
All right.
So initially, when you arrive, Deputy Flint opens the kit, begins to unpack the paperwork. So
Correct.
specifically the blood alcohol determination.
Correct.
And what do you do with the paperwork?
So at that time, I take the paperwork and I start filling it out.
And where are you physically in the hospital as you're doing this?
So we are in the back of the emergency room in front of the seclusion room.
Okay. And you just have the kit unpacked on a table outside the seclusion room?
Correct.
And so you're, at this point, you're waiting on someone to come do the blood draw?
Yes.
What happens then?
Well, we wait for the phlebotomist to actually come down from upstairs. And at that time, we get moved to one of the actual emergency beds because the nurses and the doctor, they're aware that she actually needs some medical treatment for her wrist and from just the high collision impact of the crash. So we get moved to an emergency room. The phlebotomist meets us at the emergency room and then conducts the blood draw.
Okay. So at some point, you have to pack up the kit and move it to another room?
Correct.
So at that point, the paperwork is filled out and you're just waiting?
Correct.
So you use the demonstrative and you show the jury what's all in the kit, but the specific kit that you have packed in, is there any notable differences between it and the one you unpacked here in court today?
No, all the contents were the same.
Okay. Having done dozens of these before, was there anything about that kit that was dissimilar or incongruous to the kits you've seen before?
No, it was the same as any other kit I've seen.
Specifically as to the tubes, did you have an opportunity to inspect those?
I did take a look at them. And just like this.
Okay. So the tubes appeared intact?
Everything was intact and everything was added.
And they appeared to have the seals intact and the surface?
Correct.
So you had mentioned about the labels that come to go on the tubes. What at the site is done with those?
So at the site, they're filled out by me. And then I typically allow the phlebotomist to fill in the time. Just so all the times are consistent with everything.
And so those tubes, those are just glass tubes, they don't have labels on them?
They do have something on them, but to be honest with you, I don't really know what it means. Just some,
Like a small label?
yeah, just a small, it's got some medical language on there.
Is that something you can fill out or just something that's already pre-printed?
It's just already on there.
Already pre-printed instructions or warnings or something like that?
Yeah. Potassium fluoride.
All right. And so,
Sodium fluoride, sorry.
and so you fill out the labels that affix them?
Correct.
And you did that in this case?
Correct.
And what kind of information goes on the label?
The label is the subject's name, it has the date, it has the name of the person that's actually doing the draw, and it has the officer's name, the time, and the date.
So you fill out your portion of it and allow the phlebotomist to complete their portion, their name.
Correct.
And that's what happened in this case.
Yes.
Once the phlebotomist arrived in this case, what did you do with her initially?
I provided her with the paperwork and just showed her where I needed her signature or for her to sign.
Does she have her own hospital paperwork?
She does.
And you assisted her with filling that out?
Yes.
Because some of that you get a copy of and some of it the hospital gets a copy of?
Correct. Her name is on that paperwork.
So at some point, you give the tubes from the kit to the phlebotomist?
I did.
And then you stay with her?
Yes.
You stay present during the blood draw? And she conducts her portion of the blood draw?
Correct.
Were you able to observe her label the tubes when she completed the draw?
Yes.
What time was the draw completed?
I believe it was shortly after 6:30 that day.
As to the actual draw itself, did you observe anything did you observe anything out of the ordinary from other blood draws you've attended? Debbie, what's a FSD 93?
FSD 93. That'd be the alcohol determination form.
If that's the number at the top, we know what it is.
Yes, that'll be this one.
Okay, so that's the paperwork you fill out, put back in the.
Correct. This goes back in the box. One copy, the other copy, I retain.
And those are standardized throughout the state of Michigan. Correct. They're provided in every kit.
Yes.
So once the phlebotomist completes the draw, you see her label the tubes. Is that correct?
Correct.
Do you see her do anything else as it pertains to the draw of the tubes?
She inverted the tubes multiple times.
And what's the purpose of that?
I believe it has something to do with shaking the sediment that's in the tube before placing it back in the holder.
The cardboard holder?
Correct.
At some point, you receive the tubes back from her.
I did.
And you have an opportunity to inspect them again.
I did.
And they still look in order, no scratches, dents, breaks,
They look the same to me as when I got them,
except for the blood inside.
for the blood.
What do you do then with the kit?
And then take the tubes that are packaged just like this, back. They go in the plastic bag that's provided along with that little absorbing sheet. Everything goes back into the kit. The paperwork, iodine pad is already used, so that doesn't go back in.
What about the labels? Are they on the tubes at this point?
They are. They provide 2 sets of labels, 2 are for urine samples, 2 are for blood samples.
Okay.
And then when everything's back in the kit, the kit gets closed. And the shipping seal is affixed to the other side here.
And that's the opposite side of where the initial, you can seal it up for me.
Okay.
And so at this point, it's a little bit after 6:30, you're still at the hospital.
Correct.
This crash was at 3:01.
Correct.
What do you do with the kit for the remainder of the time you're at the hospital?
Hang on to it in my possession.
How much longer were you at the hospital? Do you know?
I believe until shortly after 9 p.m.
Why so long?
Well, the defendant needed needed to get medical attention on her wrist. She also got x-rays on her head and neck. She got her wrist set a few different times. So it took a while for all that to happen before we could get discharged from the hospital.
And you eventually got discharged a little after 9 p.m.
Correct.
At that point, do you proceed to the sheriff's office?
I did.
And defendants handed off to some other deputies, is that correct?
Correct.
Are you still in possession of the blood kit at that time?
I am.
What's the sheriff's department policy for those once you get back to the office with one?
So these blood kits get placed into an evidence locker at the sheriff's office, just like any other piece of evidence. There's a wall at the sheriff's office. There's approximately 40 or so evidence lockers. You put the piece of property in there, you close the door. There's a key that's already sticking out of the locker, so you know that locker's open. You can put something in there. I close it, turn the key, and then there's a key slot, and the only person that has access at that time would be who's in charge of our evidence. So we would have the detective department at that time.
Okay. And you did that all with this blood kit?
Correct.
Do you know about what time you would have done that?
I'm not entirely sure.
What time did you leave for the night after the long shift?
Somewhere around 10 or 11, somewhere around there.
So is it fair to say you would have put this in the evidence locker close to immediately after getting back to the sheriff's office?
Yes, as soon as I got there, the defendant was handed off to another deputy. I then proceeded to park the vehicle, go upstairs, place the kit in evidence, and then start on my paperwork.
Okay. Deputy, are you assigned a body worn camera?
I am.
And was that active that day, April 20th, 2024?
It was.
And was all of this that we've talked about recorded on the body?
It was.
Were there any exceptions to the quality or nature of the video?
Yes, at some points the video wasn't muted, but it was still on.
Okay, why was it muted?
There were times during the course of this incident where I was talking to other officers and the camera was muted. It's a mistake of my own. It should have been audio recording the entire time, but it doesn't take away from the fact that the whole incident was recorded with video.
Okay. At some point, do you, later on in the video, do you sit up your coat over the video?
Yes.
Okay. And that's toward the end of the video, you would probably pass the 8 o'clock.
Yes, that's probably somewhere around the medical treatment portion.
Okay. So, Judge, we've broken up Deputy Schmidt's body camera into 4 parts, both for time concerns, relevance, and other issues surrounding admissibility. Exhibit 6A is Deputy Schmidt's time at the scene. 6B, we believe right now is inadmissible, but may become admissible later. And 6C and D document the blood draw. So at this time, I would just move to proper 6D. After that, I have AC and proper. Watch it. Yes, that's what he said. But I'm also going to move to A and C without plan. They're as I described, but I don't think it has a lot of value in this trial.
Okay. All right, A and C are admitted. D may be shown. Thank you.
she already worked with me before, we told the patient what we're doing.
Yeah. What was your list? MUMD list. Yeah. No, I think that's the name of the person that was wrong. I was just asking to confirm, is that from your student? Yeah, that right.
Is it CHIDESTER?
Yes. And then this is the. Yeah, that's right. Sorry. Oh, yeah. They should be on the table. Yeah. Nice, yeah. Sorry. What was your first name? Rome. We'll see you next week. I'm proud to have met you before. That's actually our
Me too, it's 30 grand, right?
There you are, both committee work.
Yeah, nobody's gonna come in and
feel like I'm kind of just in the middle. Yeah, I'm good. I'm good. That's good to hear. We're looking for it. Who's the dog? Let me see which one is longer first. Just so you know, she's just gonna use an iodine swab, just no alcohol or anything. I hate when my blood around. I hate getting my blood out. I can't look. No. I can't even look. How are you doing? Okay. Later. Good night.
I kind of always do that though.
And you? Okay. Let's just do that.
It's the last 2 weeks of my semester.
Makes sense. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. What was that? We all heard it.
So Deputy, as to that, I can't not ask, what was that noise throughout that video?
There was somebody in the ER room next to us.
Just another patient vocalizing.
Yes.
And at one point, you asked the front desk, who's the doctor? What do you mean by that?
Whoever the doctor in charge of the unit would have been at that time.
Is that because you have a supervising position in your paperwork?
Yes, that needs to go on the search warrant.
And all that, as well as the other portions of your body camera, those are fair and accurate representations of what you saw that day.
Yes.
You had an opportunity to review them.
I did.
And review their edits that have been being submitted before the fact.
Yes.
Move for admission of A, C, and D.
A and C have already been admitted, has to be. Well, 6D is admitted.
And I just note that the foundation for 6B is laid, should it become admissible without recalling that issue.
Okay.
No further questions.
Cross.
Go out to the medical profession. Deputy, it's detective, right?
Correct.
Okay.
That's all right.
My name's Bill Quills, and I work for Second. Your work.
Yes.
We met before, that June 27th of last year, before Judge Brown, during the preliminary examination, right?
Correct.
And I asked you at that time, if you shook, you shaken the vials of blood with a preservative that's at the bottom, I believe you described it as white powder. And your answer, would you agree, was, well, you never shook it?
Correct.
And we noted in one of the reports, or whatever, checklists that are given to you, you fill out a checklist with regard to the boxes, the draw, or did somebody else fill those out? Did you fill out any forms at all concerning the blood?
Yes, the hospital forms and.
And then you signed it as the officer in charge of that. Is that correct?
I probably did.
All right. And are you aware that these vials of blood, that white powdery substance is a preservative to preserve, so it will get formed from the water?
As far as what I know, I'm not a medical professional, but I can agree to that.
And thank you for being honest.
You're welcome.
I'm not a doctor. So it's your understanding that there's a preservative in there, and it's got to be shaken, like that?
Yes.
Okay. And did you ever see, because I just watched the videotape, that's why I got out my eyes right to that, to look too close. Did you ever see anybody, you did, you said, did you see anybody shake it like this?
The phlebotomist is inverted on.
And you used the word invert, that she took them and she inverted, correct? That's what it showed, at least I could
Correct.
see.
She took them completely upside down.
It looked like there wasn't multiple times. Would you agree with that?
Well, she did directly after and then before putting them back in the.
Did it look like before she put them away that she turned like this?
Possibly.
I know you're not a medical person, but you like to follow procedures, right?
Correct.
And the procedure, you took part of is getting the blood drawn. been sent to the Michigan State Police toxicology lab, correct?
Correct.
Now, would you agree that if the preservative is not properly mixed, that would cause fermentation?
Objection.
If you don't-
Deputy Schmidt's not qualified to answer that.
Oh, thank you. Now, while you're at the hospital, before you went to the hospital with my client, where was she for those about 3.5 hours?
From the time from when we left the scene until like the hospital, you mean?
Did you stop at the police station or sheriff's station at all? Did you go straight from the scene at Swan Boat Club to the hospital?
All the scenes in the hospital.
Okay. And how long were you at the hospital with Marshall?
A long time.
Did you say at least 2 hours or 3 hours?
Somewhere around there, yeah.
Did you
Yes.
mark when you arrived at the hospital?
It's our protocol whenever we leave somewhere, we tell dispatch, or we arrive somewhere, we tell dispatch.
But there was sort of the document. It's okay. You didn't mark down anywhere on the document, so there's nowhere to mark out.
No, I did not mark anywhere.
Why did it take so long to get this blood draw launched?
So, obviously going back to the scene, after she was in custody, first off, I wanted to make sure that all of my fellow officers that were on the scene, all the medical personnel were taken care of, they needed help when I could leave.
No, I meant, I'm sorry. What I meant was, once you got to the hospital, you were at the hospital for 2-3 hours.
Correct.
Okay. Why didn't you get a blood test right then and there when you did that?
So, I needed to fill out paperwork for the search warrant.
You did that while you were at the hospital?
Yes, I was seated in my vehicle.
I just, of course, we were there, so that's why I'm asking so many questions, trying to get this back together. The reply was 2-3 hours. I'm looking at a short tape, it looks like that's we just walked right in.
No, we were there for a few hours.
Okay, all right, both in your patrol car and then inside the hospital.
Yes, sir.
And was my client getting any treatment for foot or arm injuries?
She did, after the blood draw was completed.
At the hospital, right?
Correct.
Now, after you arrived and you were going to get to the hospital and start filling out the paperwork or the search warrant paperwork, affidavit and so forth, why didn't you go back to the sheriff's office and do, commonly known as, or formerly known as, your breathalyzer? It's usually do for people suspected of breath. Why wouldn't you take her for that too?
For this case, the serious injuries that were potentially had there, I really wanted to make sure that we did a blood draw.
Okay. But why wouldn't you do the breathalyzer? Would you say you do breathalyzer about 90% of the time? Are people suspicious of drinking driving?
No, a majority of my chemical tests are in blood.
Okay. Is it because people refuse the breathalyzer?
Sometimes they refuse, sometimes they're not compliant. There's variable circumstances that it could be.
But if you read that, you said DI 177, my friend.
Correct.
If you read that, it says, take a breathalyzer, urine test, or blood test, or else you may, or you will lose your license. Is that correct? Well, that's
Correct.
right to read.
Somewhere
In a synopsis.
in a synopsis.
All right. And you read that to her?
Correct.
And she said, yes, I'll take whatever test, whatever you wanted her to do?
Yes.
Okay. So you didn't file a Secretary of State refuse or any of that stuff?
No.
She was very cooperative, correct?
Yes, she was
And
cooperative.
she was understanding what you were asking her to say to her, correct?
Yes.
And, so again, why wouldn't you take her first for the breathalyzer to blow into the case to say, and then take her for water? I don't know if he fully answered it, Judge, I'm just gonna ask it.
I'm gonna sustain the objection. He did answer. He said the policy of the town is sustained on this.
Now, after you receive the blood, you put it in this, what do you call that?
Just to say, please, blood kit.
Blood kit, all right, once you put it back in the blood kit box, did you refrigerate it?
No.
Do you, now this camera that's, muted, it wasn't muted during the last film that we watched, correct?
I think there might have been parts where it was at points.
Was it muted at the time you were at the scene?
It was.
Why would you, mute your, body?
At that time, I was having some conversations with other officers.
And you didn't want anyone to know.
Objection, I don't think he finished the.
Oh, I'm sorry, please go ahead.
What is it?
I was having private conversations with other officers at the scene.
And you didn't want anybody to hear what those private conversations were. Correct?
Well, there's no policy against muting our cameras.
Oh, so there's no policy with the Monroe County Sheriff that you can mute or shut off your camera anytime you want.
Shut off. While we're still having citizen contact, we still have to have our cameras on.
So you can mute anytime you feel it's proper, or anytime that you want to mute it. You can mute it.
A camera can be muted, yes. But it still stays on.
The camera still stays on, but it's muted.
Correct.
And how do you mute on this body?
There's a button on the side that you hold down and it mutes it.
So it's something of an intentional.
Yes.
When you were, at the time that this took place, that you were investigating, were you an officer?
Mark will be May of this year.
And you were, an officer for 5 years for the city of Riverview?
No, about 8 to 9 months of the city of Riverview.
And that was, during the probation period of time of 12 months?
Correct.
And is there any reason why, you, left or terminated after 9 months?
No, actually, I left on my own accord there.
And was that an agreement that you would, sign papers that you would leave on your own?
Yes.
Now, as to these sobriety tests that you spoke of earlier, there's the national highway ones, correct, that are approved, right?
Yes.
Are you familiar at all with any law or field laws that says that the dexterity test, the finger pencil test for the eye, is not as accurate?
Objection, calls for the
Oh,
legal
sorry.
opinion. It's
Oh,
a
sorry.
it's a test that he didn't testify in the game.
You gave the alphabet test, correct?
Correct.
And the purpose of the alphabet test is to see is somebody, their sobriety and level of sobriety, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And my client completed the alphabet test completely, clearly, understandably, with no problem, correct?
Correct.
And you told that in the report, correct?
Correct.
And was your camera on to record, excuse me, was the voice on or was it muted at that time?
It was on, it was muted at that time.
It was what?
It was muted at that time.
The video was on, but it was muted. So any documentation to back up that you completed the alphabet, we don't have that other than your testimony, right?
Correct. And
Okay. Now, the numbers, did you ask her, my client, to count from 1 to 100?
No.
You asked her to count backwards from 100, was it to 88? Is that a yes?
Yes, sorry.
And you said the first time she counted 100 to what?
91.
And could you understand her?
At that time, yes.
Okay, she wasn't slurring, correct?
Had that I recall.
And that would be something you put down in a report as a trained officer, correct? Observations.
Yes.
And I presume your report is honest, correct? Yes. And now, you knew that my client was just involved in a major collision, correct? Okay. And you knew from investigating when you got there that my client went through the wall and went about 25 feet into the location of the Swan Boat Club, correct? Correct. Okay. Now, do you think that would shake anybody up a little bit?
Objection calls for speculation. Response.
Have you, I'll ask, I'll withdraw that and then play it on.
Okay.
Thank you. You've investigated many accidents, correct? As a patrol officer, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you've investigated major collisions, I presume, correct? Correct. Okay. And after somebody, in your experience, after somebody has been in a major collision or mid-collision or major, do they seem shaken up at all?
Yes, at times it did.
Do you consider this a major collision? Now, you said that you didn't give my client the one-length scan test. Is that when you asked somebody that you're investigating to raise their one leg off the ground, maybe 5-6 inches, and hold it and count maybe 1,000, 2,000 to 9 or 10?
Correct. It's up to 30, but it's the same.
And so that you say keep counting till it's right side.
Correct.
You didn't give that based upon her morality.
Correct. I just didn't feel she was safe to be able to complete that test without potentially falling her. So.
You have no proof that my client doesn't have a problem, correct?
Objection. It's a double negative. You
Well-
asked that question correctly. What's a double negative?
Oh, thank you. Do you have any proof that she has a problem?
At that time?
Yes.
At that time, I did not.
Do you now believe she has a problem?
I haven't seen her since. I don't know.
Have you seen her walk?
Today, I have not seen her walk.
Now, the walk and turn. Is that when you ask a person that you're investigating, believing they may have consumed alcohol, to put their heel to the front of their toe, their shoe, and walk like that, one behind the other, for 90 steps?
Correct.
Okay. And then you ask them to turn around and then do 9 steps back, correct?
Yes. To take a small series of steps and get themselves turned around and then 9 back towards the start.
Okay. And you didn't ask my client to take that because of her safety, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't want her to fall down, correct?
Correct.
And she was able to understand all of your directions, correct?
Yes.
She told you what her name was, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Did she or did you know that she was a former commodore of the boat club?
I had no idea.
Now, when you took her to the hospital, was she unruly in your car at all?
No.
Do you have cameras that sort of flip around and report somebody in the back?
Unfortunately, our county police cars, we don't have in-vehicle cameras.
You don't have dash cams?
No. We just have body cameras that are fixed to us.
So she was not unruly in the backseat of the car, correct, while you were transporting her?
She was cooperative.
Okay. She was making a lot of noise, screaming, yelling, none of that craziness, right?
No.
Was she falling asleep in the backseat?
I don't recall.
Okay, was she vomiting in the backseat?
No.
Did she vomit in the hospital?
No.
You had mentioned that earlier, I was asking about it. Did she urinate on herself in the patrol car?
No.
And you said that's the one other thing that you looked at is vomiting, urination on her clothes or clothes.
That's correct.
And the higher the alleged blood alcohol content is, the more people do these things. Would you agree with this? Urinate, their bodily, control is not there.
Well, I think everybody has their own alcohol tolerance up to a point.
But would you agree from all of your arrests that you've done or investigations, that usually urination, vomiting, it occurs when somebody's ingested a lot of alcohol than just a little bit?
Yes.
How long did it take you to obtain a search warrant from the time you arrived?
I don't recall the exact amount of time.
In your past history as a patrol officer, when you pull somebody over of suspicion of drug crime, and you want to get a search warrant done, are they usually done like within an hour?
Yeah, I would say for the most part that's pretty accurate.
And this was 6:30 in the evening, early, correct?
Correct.
And the magistrate or judge is usually at home and it's sent to him or her, correct?
Correct.
And then they review it, they sign it, and then they send it back to you,
Correct, via email.
and then you give it to the hospital.
Yes.
And sometimes that's done within, would you say 45 minutes, an hour?
Yeah, sometimes that's about right.
Is some of the statements in the affidavit sort of fill in the blank?
Yes.
When you approach my client inside the vehicle, did you see a cane that she uses for walking?
I don't recall.
Do you know if the airbags went off?
I don't recall.
Do you think airbags that go off or a collision into a wall in your experience of patrol officer investigating accidents? Do you think that running into a wall and going 25 feet is that building that type of collision? Sometimes people don't have all the faculties in the air afterwards.
Objection, also speculation.
In his history, Your Honor, he's investigated accidents.
I'll take it.
Thank you.
Yes.
Now, when you arrived at the scene, it was some confusion going on. You agree? I mean, we saw a case earlier yesterday. It looked, I don't mean to use the word crazy, but it was crazy what was going on, right? I mean, there were tables all over, there's a vehicle inside, people are injured, 2 little children are severely injured, or critically injured. It was chaos.
It was the most chaotic scene in almost any year.
And I'm sorry you didn't go through that. you were involved in. So, do you agree that the containers, were those little like, red solo cups that they serve, or did they serve something else with those? In other words, were there any containers that looked like at one time they put it in, and they're all over the place, food's everywhere, there's containers to drink.
Sorry.
I'm sorry. One, it's a state tax, not an evidence. I don't know what Mr. Close is talking
You know, Judge,
Hang on.
I would
Objections, objections.
I was gonna say,
You're gonna withdraw it?
Okay.
You go.
I think, when you arrived on the scene of the Swan Boat, it was shortly after 3 o'clock, correct? On April 20th, 24. Was everything in disarray?
From what I saw, yes.
You just talked about those forever.
Yes.
Seniors.
Correct.
And was there food and cups all over?
So I never actually made it into the bar area.
How about where the tables were?
I don't even recall where the tables were in that building.
Because it was so chaotic or so messy, for lack of a better word. And I'm just going by what the prosecutor showed some tapes yesterday and trying to refresh or, talk about it verbally. Did you ask the hospital while you were there with this blood test, to take additional blood from my client and have it tested by the hospital?
No, I did not.
And then, what was the date that this kit expires?
I do not recall.
So you don't know if it was expired or not, correct?
Well, if the hospital had it there, then it would have been up to date.
Police department, the hospital has it there, so if you go wrong, it's got to be up to date. Is that correct?
Oh, that's
Objection,
not.
calls for speculation.
Well,
It's
because-
I think he testified he doesn't know, so that answers the question.
I don't have any other questions, Judge.
Very well.
Thank you all.
Redirect. Thank you, Judge. So, Debbie, I'm going to show you this form. This is just another FSD 93, like the one you packed into the kit. Is that identical to the same type of form?
Yes, this is the effect.
Okay. So that's a carbon pack, but it's also a two-sided form, is that right?
Correct.
So on the front is information you fill out. What's on the back?
So the back is the form instructions for the FSD 093, which is this one.
Okay. And toward the middle of the page, it says guidelines.
Yes.
And it says
Objection, Your Honor, this isn't part of the original examination, right? He's going outside. He's already had his chance to ask these questions.
response. This is in response to Mr. Clovis's going down the road of, did you shake the bodies? Absolutely. Absolutely. So there's instructions that are titled to the medical professional physician, is that right? Correct. Do any of those pertain to what to do with the preservative in the bodies?
Yes.
Which one? I believe it's number 2 or 3.
So 2 is struck 2 tubes of venous blood from the subject in the presence of a law enforcement officer until the subject in the officer's presence that no alcohol was used in sterilizing the skin surface, needle or smooth.
And what about the next one?
3 is slowly invert blood sample tubes enough times to distribute the sodium chloride, potassium oxalate preservative.
And that's the instructions for that on the state form, is that right? Correct. So it's not shake the tube 3 times, or you're ordered to shake the tube, or there's any statute that requires you to do that, right?
No.
sorry, the mic.
I'm really sorry, the mic is, no.
Okay. And then that's not something you would do anyway, that's something with the laws.
Correct, I've never done that once on a OWI boat club.
And you saw the laws do it in this case.
Yes,
So you're satisfied with the guidelines on the back of that form?
That's for the church.
No, it's not a legal conclusion or a factual conclusion. It's, he has to make sure those guidelines are applied before he leaves the hospital.
I think the question is he satisfied? I'll overrule the objection and take the answer whether he's satisfied.
I was satisfied with the conclusion of that.
So as to the timelines Mr. Columbus was getting into, once you arrive at the hospital to check in, do you have any authority over those folks?
No.
Is it fair to say that you were at the mercy of the hospital as to when that trial gets concluded?
Yes,
Were you that bad?
yes,
Mr. Columbus asked you if you asked for the hospital to draw on the law and independently test it for you. Have you ever done that in your 9-year career?
no, not in my 8-year career, I have not.
Do you know if the hospital will do that for you?
I don't know.
Do you know of any officer who has ever asked the hospital to do that and had it be successful?
Objection is irrelevant to what the court officers do. I'm going to sustain that.
As to your body camera deputy, throughout the course of the day, you muted and unmuted this thing you testified to. Is that right?
Yes,
And I think you indicated under cross-exam with Mr. Clovis that that was to have private conversations. Is that correct?
yes.
When you say that, what generally do you mean by private conversation?
Well, in terms of that scene there, more or less trying to figure out from the other officers what I need to do, what they're currently doing, things that I don't believe are necessarily relevant to public.
And so those are more, so what you're saying is those are more, not administrative, but course of conduct type of conversations with fellow officers.
Correct.
So when you say private conversation, you're not talking about each other's significant others in the scene.
No, we're talking about the scene and what needs to be done and where we're at with it.
Mr. Clovis asked you if in a crash like that, you think somebody would get quote unquote shaken up by the crash. Did the defendant appear shaken up to the crash, shaken up by the crash to you?
Besides the injuries that she sustained, there was no other indication that she was shaken up in the crash.
Mr. Clovis also asked you as to the sobriety testing and things like that, if the defendant followed all of your instructions. As to the horizontal gazing stagnance, did she follow all of your instructions?
She was not able to focus on my stimuli, which is part of the instructions.
Okay. Did she turn her head to attempt to follow your finger?
Yes,
Is that part of the instructions?
yes,
Did she follow that part?
no.
No further review or question.
We probably take it. Now, you stated earlier, officer, that my client had a test, was it a CAT scan?
Objection? No, he didn't.
Okay. Did she tune in for head injuries at all? Imagine that.
Yes.
Of that. And you asked her to do what type of test, but she wasn't able to follow. What type of test was that?
Eye test?
And she wasn't able to totally focus clearly
was that test? I'm sorry, what?
To do that test, she wasn't able to clearly focus to do that test, what happened next?
Objection, also speculation.
Was she able to do it?
That's a fair question, go ahead.
She wasn't able to complete the test.
They just wouldn't.
People are satisfied, you can step down, we ask that he's, subpoena is still active.
Okay.
You can call for.
All right, which means you cannot stay. You're all set.
I also asked,
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our morning break. I'm going to ask that you follow Deputy Huff, go to the jury room. We'll be back on the record at 10:30.
Circuit Court is back in session. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this matter before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Detective, would you state your full name and spell your last name?
Marcia Barton, and they don't see it.
Thank you.
Good morning, Detective. Detective, what do you do for a living?
Deputy in the Northern Sheriff's Office,
How long have you held that position?
19 years.
And do you have all the training, certification, and education necessary to be a police officer in the state of Michigan? And were those all in place on April 20th of last year? Were you working that day?
No, I was called into work.
Okay, why were you called into work?
I am an sergeant at the Sheriff's Department, and I'm in charge of the evidence and power.
And where were you called into specifically?
Swan Boat Club.
And that's located in Wickland Township, Newport, Michigan County, Monroe? You responded to the Swan Boat Club? And once you got there, did you receive an assignment?
Yes, my job as an evidence scientist to take pictures of the crime scene for the support.
Did you take photos while you were there?
Yes.
Take photos of the scene?
Yes.
And you also took some of the MEI photos, is that correct?
Yes.
For the jury, what does MEI stand for?
Medical examiner investigator.
And what is that?
The detectives are trained, and some of our deputies are trained to check the bodies for pre-medical exam or the autopsy.
And those photos go to the medical examiner eventually. And so you took both photos of the scene and photos of the kids who had passed away. And you've had an opportunity since to review those photos.
Yes.
And they're a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw at the scene that day. So Judge, people are going to move to admit people's 8. That's 8A to 8 quadruple N. That's 8N, N, N, N. Photos taken by Deputy Martin at the scene of the Swan Boat crash. People would note for the record that although she did take MEI photos, we are not submitting those to the jury.
I'm sorry, I move this to have maybe 15 seconds left to confirm. No objection.
People's 8A through 8 quadruple N are admitted.
And we don't intend to publish these at this time, just for the jury upon deliberation. Deputy, or detective, I'm sorry.
You're also assigned to run the evidence in the sheriff's office, is that right? And so you deal with blood samples from OWI investigations on a regular basis, is that right? What does the sheriff typically do when a blood kit from OWI investigation comes into the evidence room?
So the deputy collects it, puts it into our evidence lockers. They're secure evidence lockers, I'm sure.
I would object to this. It would be irrelevant as to what sometimes they do. It would be, in this case, what was done.
It is to show the conformity of procedure with this case with typical procedure.
I think it is a procedural issue, the objection is overruled.
So our evidence lockers, we have a hallway that is open up to the deputies. There's 56 lockers. Each one has a key and it's secured. Each lock is keyed separately. So when the deputy collects sample or any piece of evidence, they get into our computer software, describe the evidence item, toxicology kit, whatever it is. And then there's a section that's called temporary evidence locker. They computer go to which lockers are open. They select a locker. They then walk to the hallway. Confirm that that locker is open by having a key. They drop it in the locker, lock it, and then they put the key in the locker in one. So they'll slip the keys. And the evidence property room has those same lockers on the other side. The only people that have keys to the evidence room was at the time myself. I was responsible for the daily activities of that in those lockers. So every day I'd come in, I'd tell you where the evidence are. Open the locker, inside the evidence room, run it up to the evidence that's there. And then the toxicology kits, they would typically check it in the computer. I would look from temporary storage to external on a service or not on a service, out of custody, and I put it in the mail.
Is that what, so are you familiar with the toxicology kit for this case?
Yes.
And up to what you've described, are all those procedures followed to the best of your knowledge? And, but did you place that toxicology kit in the mail?
So this one did not go into the mail.
What did you do with this kit?
Deputy Krieger came to me and said that he was going to personally drive it to the lab.
Does the Monroe County Sheriff's Office refrigerate toxicology kits? In your 19 years employed by the Sheriff's Office, have you ever known them to do so? No. Okay, no further questions for this.
Cross, do you know if the state refrigerates the toxicology of blood? Do you know if the state, once they obtain it, that they refrigerate?
I do not know.
That's good. I didn't know if you had any experience with that one.
I don't have any other questions. It is what it's fixed to. From the people, yes. Next witness.
Judge, we call Lieutenant Ryan Sicily.
I solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this matter before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Lieutenant, would you state your name and then spell your last name for the record, please?
Ryan Sicily, S-O-T-C-I-O.
Lieutenant, how are you employed?
Very well, I work for the Monroe County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been in that role?
20 years.
Any prior law enforcement experience?
No.
And do you hold all of the trainings, education certificates necessary to be police office, officer, station?
Yes, sir.
And were those up to date on April 20th?
Yes, sir.
Were you working on April 20th, 2024?
No, I was not.
You were off duty on that day?
Yes.
Were you called in?
Yes, I was.
Why were you called in?
I got a call because I operate on a drone. So I got a call from the sheriff. Advising me the next day, needed the drone out of the scene.
What does the drone do?
It's a small unmanned aerial vehicle. It flies in the air, remote control light controller, and a screen on it. It has a camera, has infrared camera.
So you can take photos with it?
Yes.
So take video too?
These videos and
And on April 20th, were you sent to the Swan Boat Club?
yes, I was.
Is that to take photos with the drone?
Yes.
And do you know about the time you would have arrived?
We arrived at scene about just before 5 p.m. or
A couple hours after the crime, yes. And the defendant drone operates. And on that day, did you deploy the drone and take photos of the Swan Boat Club surrounding areas?
yes, I did.
How does, just briefly, again, how's that?
Take the drone out of the box, some assembly required, put the battery in it, put the blades out, turn it on, turn my remote control on, the controller on. It runs a self check, it grabs the GPS, make sure it knows where it's at, before it'll fly. And then, two levers and it takes off.
Do you decide what photos it takes? Does it just snap automatically or decide?
There's on the controller, I can push the video to take photos. I also can set it up to automatically take photos while it's flying.
What did you do on this, on that day?
I ended up doing both. I did, had to fly a pattern, take a bunch of pictures, just with the mosaic if we needed it, and then I manually took different pictures at different positions over the scene.
How do you get the photos off of the drone?
The camera is mounted on the drone, and there's a micro SD card on the camera. So once the drone comes back to the ground, I pull the micro SD card out, and then I insert it into a computer. I take the pictures off of the card.
Did you have an opportunity to review those pictures?
Yes, I did.
And are they fair and accurate representation of what you saw that day?
Yes, there.
Judge, people are going to move to admit 9A through 9BBB, that's 9BD. Two or three were previously that they are just the air photos.
Okay. People's 9A through 9DD are admitted.
DDD.
DDD. Yep, thank you.
Lieutenant, there's also going to be proper 9K. The jury. Detective, this is the photo you took. I said, Lieutenant, this is the photo you took.
Yes.
Okay. And this is the pavilion. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Where is the next home located in reference to this?
I'm not 100% sure. I was down the street.
Okay. And I'm going to offer judge. Lieutenant, can you tell me what this is?
Same picture of the pavilion or the where the party at. There's a hole inside the building.
The hole is where the defendant's vehicle entered.
Yes.
And what are these right here?
Is that pieces from the building or pieces of the building?
Are these telephone?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, that's all.
Okay. To your knowledge, the defendant's car passed between those two holes.
I believe so, yes.
And objection, Your Honor. Because I asked him if he had an out.
Either he has knowledge or he doesn't. The objection.
And I'll also cover 9LL. This is just a close-up of the same telephone poles you took this photo.
Yes, sir.
I have no further questions.
Are you moving to admit HH and LL?
Judge, I believe they were already admitted all through that staff we just gave you. I'm just
Oh.
polishing the jury.
All right.
Thank you.
Cross. No. All right. Thank you. Next witness.
Judge Bates, with the excuse.
Yes.
Thank you. We call Detective Jeff.
Detective, would you state your full name, spell your last name, please?
Jeff Hooper, Hooper. I apologize to the court for that voice. This is your from issue a couple weeks ago.
All right, no problem. Go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. Detective, how are you?
I am currently the sergeant for the Detective Bureau of the Monroe County Sheriff's Office.
And what does that mean? What does it mean? I'm sorry.
So I supervise the detectives and the investigations that come through the Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been in law enforcement?
I've been in law enforcement now for 24 years.
Is all of that with the Monroe County Sheriff's Office?
Yes.
And you hold all the training, education, certification necessary to be a certified police officer in the state of Michigan?
I do.
And that was all up to date on April 20th, 2024?
It was.
Were you working on April 20th, 2024?
I was not.
Were you called in?
I was.
Okay. And on that day, were you the sergeant?
I was.
And how long have you been a detective?
I've been doing investigation now for approximately 10 years. About 9 of that is detective, and then 1 year as a supervisor.
Were you involved in the investigation at Swan Boat Club on April 20th?
I was.
Was that in the supervisor role?
Yes.
How did you become aware of the crash?
I received a phone call from Lieutenant Zeman requesting assistance with the investigation.
You know approximately the time you arrived?
I arrived approximately about an hour and a half after the initial crash, I believe.
4:30 then
Yeah,
approximately?
4:30, 4:45.
Was the defendant still on scene when you got there?
No.
What did you observe when you arrived at the Swan Boat Club?
Just chaos. There are a lot of investigators there. Starting to do the investigation, different aspects of the investigation, whether taking pictures or doing various things.
And did you at some point enter the Swan Boat Club?
I did.
And how did you enter it?
So I entered through a little breezeway that was kind of to the left of where the car entered the building.
At some point, did you enter the main building?
Yes.
And why did you enter the main building?
We learned that there is video surveillance, and I was meeting with somebody to get that video surveillance.
Somebody from the boat club gave you access to their surveillance?
Yes.
Were you involved in executing a search warrant of the defendant's home?
Yes.
And you recall when that was executed?
Monday, so I believe that would have been 22nd.
April 22nd, 2024? Yes. 2 days after.
Yes.
And what were you looking for in the search warrant?
Specifically, DVR with video footage of around the defendant's house.
Surveillance video from the defendant's home?
Yes.
And did you locate any cameras during the execution of that warrant?
We did.
And how many did you locate?
4.
Do you recall where they were?
Yes.
Where were they?
There was one on a barn that was across the street from the main residence. There was one on a garage on the same side of the road as the residence, kind of facing down, facing the car. Then there was a camera that was facing the door of the main entrance of the residence. And then there was also one in the kitchen of the residence.
Did you discover what those cameras were connected to?
Yes.
Can you describe what that was?
So it's a digital video recorder, or DVR, which stores the video footage.
Where did you locate that DVR?
It was located upstairs, I'd say like a utility room with various other things in it.
Inside the defendant's home?
Yes.
Was it functional on that day?
Yes.
Did it appear to be recorded?
Yes.
Were you able to determine if it was connected to the cameras that you found?
Yes.
How did you go about that?
So basically, I looked at the video footage that was currently being recorded, and it was my detectives doing searches, their cars on the driveway, and so it was like that.
What was the manner of recording?
So the manner of recording, it was via Wi-Fi, it wasn't hardwired to the DVR, so it was just.
Do the cameras record 24 hours a day, 7 days a week?
No, we later learned that the cameras were motion activated.
Did the video recording have timestamp on
It did.
it? Were you able to check it for accuracy?
Yes.
How did you do that?
So when you're on scene, when you're looking at a DVR playing live, what you basically do, what I do is I pull out my phone, look at the time on my phone, look at the timestamp on the video, and compare the difference.
Did you find it to be accurate?
No.
What was different about it?
So that one specifically was an hour slow. So if it was 3 o'clock in the afternoon on that DVR, it would show 2 o'clock.
The DVR would show 2 p.m.
Yes.
The timestamp would show 2 p.m.
Yes.
Do you have experience with video recording devices similar to what you found in Ben's home?
Yes.
Can you briefly or tell me your experience with that?
So when I'm doing investigations for 10 years, there's always a large surveillance aspect to investigations. And so by doing those for 10 years, I would go out to various businesses and utilize, with their permission, utilize the export functions on DVRs. And if you use it, most DVRs are similar in nature to how you get the video off of it. So,
did you seize that DVR?
We did.
And were you able to examine it to determine if it was recording on April 20th, 2024?
Yes.
It wasn't.
Yes, it was.
Did you find video pertinent to around the time of the crash?
Yes, we did.
And were you able to extract any copies of those videos?
Yes.
And you were able to access video?
Yes.
Okay. Did you review that surveillance video?
Yes.
And is this a copy of the recordings?
Yes.
Not all of the recordings?
Correct.
Just what was purchased around the time of the accident?
Correct.
Do you know what camera this video is from? What cameras, if it's more than one?
I know, depending on the video, I believe it's the one from across the street on the barn. It showed the car leaving the residence.
Judge, we're going to move to admit to 11. Let's defer that public first. Responsible. Your Honor. You need your phone. Sure. Yes, Judge, this is.
You may go ahead and play.
I was just going to say, Your Honor, I'll be at sidebar on the record reflect that I consent.
Judge, declaring that the intent move for the people's proposed exhibit one be admitted.
No. People's 11 is admitted.
Debbie, what's the time stamp on that video?
Currently on the screen it shows 2 p.m. 2:01.
And you're reviewing it, what time you guys move back to the
3:01.
which is that correspond with the time that you crashed into someone?
Yes.
And in your role as executive in this case, do you know what time that crash occurred in Swan Boat Club?
Yes, it's around, I believe it's 3 o'clock and like 50-some seconds, somewhere right around there.
In your investigation, did you discover any other crashes the defendant was involved in on Swan?
Yes.
What did you discover?
So through this video, we learned that the defendant had crashed into her neighbor's truck with enough force to push it back over a fence.
Do you know approximately how far she pushed that truck?
I didn't measure it, I would estimate 20 feet.
Is that the truck you can barely see the corner of the video?
Yes, and then also off screen there was a little pine tree that just to the way if it would have been in front of the truck on the side of the road that she also crashed into.
I know it's off screen, but are you saying it would have been over here off screen?
Yes.
Or on this side of the street over here?
Across the street.
Right here, on
Yes.
this side of the street, this truck?
Yes.
So she crashed into a pine tree,
Yes.
and then she crashed into the neighbor's truck,
Yes.
and then she crashed into Swan Boat.
Yes.
In your investigation, you were able to determine approximately how far the next home is from Swan Boat Club?
Just by using Google Maps, approximately 550 yards. I'm sorry, 550 feet.
560 feet.
550 feet.
Judge, we would ask you to show on the screen 9K, please. Detective, is defendant's home on this street?
Yes.
It is where I'm highlighting?
Yes.
And what is this across the street?
The barn where the cameras.
And so the neighbor drive is would have been on this side, on the other side, right, just off the screen?
Yes.
Judge, I'm going to move to publish exhibit 9, double ZZZ. And, Detective, do you know what this photo is?
Yes.
And can you see Peck's home in this photo?
Yes.
Can you describe the jury where Peck's home is located?
So it would have been, it's towards the bottom of the photograph. That house right there.
This is their home?
Yes.
And this is the garage across the street you referred to?
Correct.
Is this the neighbor's vehicle that she crashed into?
Yes, it is.
And that's the fence you described?
Yes.
Did you, were you involved in an interview with the defendant?
I was.
When did that occur?
That occurred on the day after the crash.
So that was
21st.
Sunday, April 21st?
Yes.
Where did you conduct that interview?
At the North County Sheriff's Office.
And who was present during the interview?
It was myself and Detective Motlitz.
And was it recorded?
It was.
And he reviewed that recording?
Yes.
Is it accurate representation of the interview?
Yes.
Has it been edited to your knowledge?
No.
No. Were portions that are inadmissible taken out for jury review?
Yes.
Judge, we will move to admit exhibit 10, we do not intend to proffer as injury at this time. Judge, it is hours long, and
You've never seen this?
we provided defendant months ago.
Judge, I don't know, I understand that, we provided it, but I don't know if that's the same one that I've seen. I don't mind tonight looking at it, and then in the morning, Your Honor, I can consent or object if it's not the same. I can't just do something blind, sort of. And I don't mind putting the hours in tonight after the court.
Judge has a copy on his desk, Judge, I'll reserve this witness, we can bring it back up tomorrow.
All right, we'll do that.
Thank you, Judge. If your representation is wrong,
Judge, no further questions at this time, obviously, we're going to hold this witness.
Understood. Cross.
Is it Sergeant?
Yes,
Okay, sir. And you're a detective, correct?
yes,
And you were a detective on April 20th.
yes.
Were you the one primarily in charge of the case?
No, it was a team effort, on behalf of a lot of sheriff's office personnel, just kind of coordinated that.
Thank you. Now, you executed a search warrant at my client's home at about, would you say about 3:12 in the afternoon? On April 22nd, 24.
I'm not sure of the exact time. I thought it was possibly before lunch. I'm not certain.
The records, at least the ones I've looked at, say about 3 o'clock or after 3. Could that be wrong?
I haven't seen those records. My recollection is a little bit earlier than that.
And are you aware of me filing my appearance for the prosecutor's office?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm asking you.
What is it?
Can I ask the question?
Well, the question is whether it's relevant or not, when you filed your appearance.
Well, because I was never contacted and I wanted to confirm to the record when I filed my appearance, if you can say yes or no.
The objection is.
If you don't mind, I ask the prosecutor if you could cue up the second picture that was. I appreciate it. May I walk over there?
Sure.
All right,
Why don't you speak up?
I will. Could you go back to the one prior to this, please? Prior to that, or the other one?
Are you asking for the video or the picture?
No, there was a still picture. There was a still picture, and you had said in the upper right-hand corner, or was that the actual video, but it looked like a still picture?
You're referring to this?
Yes, thank you very much. Officer, can you see?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I'm not so tall, but there's a tree about right here. Would you agree?
Yes, there's a plan.
Okay. And this video that you obtained from my client's home security camera, does the original one show that tree? In other words, this goes back, let's say on this screen, 4 inches or 5 inches. So you looked at the original one.
The video that I extracted was given to the prosecutor's office. That's what, yes.
Yes, what? That there was a tree?
Yeah, it was a tree, not in the video that I saw.
Is this a duplicate of the original that you took from my client's home?
It's the original, yeah,
This is the original?
yes.
You didn't make a copy for the prosecutor, and that's what's being shown?
I extracted the video, put it on some media, and then put it into the evidence locker.
When you say extracted, what do you mean by that?
So when you extract the media, you go through the DVR, say what videos you'd like to export, and then you put them on some sort of media, whether that be a flash drive, a thumb drive, a pocket drive. And then that is then placed into the visual evidence locker of the sheriff's office.
You had somebody that was trained in IT, or did you handle this yourself?
I did it myself.
I don't have any other questions.
Redirect.
Detective, does this video appear the same as how you originally saw it?
Yes,
Did you make any changes or alterations to the video?
I did not.
No.
You follow up.
No, Your Honor.
Next.
We're going to call Deputy Burkhart. I think he's sure enough to finish before lunch.
Swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this matter before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do. Deputy, if you would state your name and then spell your last name for us, please.
Deputy Nicholas Burkhardt, B-U-R-K-H-A-R-T.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. Deputy, what do you do for a living?
I'm currently employed by the Monroe County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you held that?
It's hired in April 2006.
You have all the training, certifications, and education necessary to be a peace officer in the state of Michigan?
I did.
Those are up to date today?
Yes, sir.
And they were up to date on April 20th last year?
They were.
What's your assignment in the Sheriff's Department, Deputy?
I'm currently assigned to our Department Civil Division. At the time of this incident, I was assigned to our Department's Traffic Services Division.
Could you explain to the folks on the jury what traffic services is?
The Traffic Services Division is a unit of the Sheriff's Office that responds to traffic crashes that involve critical injuries or fatalities.
So for lack of a better term, you folks do accident reconstruction and crash investigations.
That is correct.
Were you working on April 20th of last year?
I was.
And were you dispatched to a scene that brought you here to testify today?
I was. At the time of this incident, when it occurred, I was handling a separate injury traffic crash in Monroe Township, and I responded to this incident after that one was completed.
Okay. What did you do where did you respond?
So I responded to the Swan Boat Club, and then upon my arrival, I began taking preliminary photographs of the scene. I also was assisting other deputies on the scene.
Was your primary assignment in the role to which you were assigned, traffic services investigation?
Yes, it was.
And to that end, you took photos of the scene?
I did.
Did you also oversee the extrication of the vehicle from the building?
Yes, I was present when the vehicle was removed from the building. And then I followed the vehicle after it was taken from the building to an inside storage location in Jamestown.
Okay. You answered my next question. It was towed by Jamestown.
Correct.
And stored there at their tow yard?
Yes, it was stored in an inside lot facility.
So you took your photos of the scene before the vehicle was removed?
Correct, I took additional scene photographs prior to the vehicle being removed, yes.
And then did you take any photos back at Gemstone?
I did on the 22nd of April, I returned and took additional photographs.
Deputy, this is what's been marked people's 13A to PP. You've seen these photographs before?
Yes, sir.
And these are a fair and accurate representation of what you saw at the scene and of the vehicle back at the tow yard.
Yes, sir.
No objection. People's 13A through people's 13 PP argument.
Thank you. Deputy, I'd just like to view a couple of those photos with you. Can you bring up 13L? Deputy, what is this?
This depicts an overall front view of the vehicle that was involved in this incident, while it was in the inside storage facility at Gemstone.
We can see M, please. And what is this with it?
This is a closer up version of the damage to the front of the vehicle.
And if we can see N. What is this with it?
Again, this is another picture of the front end damage, just kind of focusing on the right side of the vehicle.
So you initially went to Jim's towing on the 20th. You returned on the 22nd to continue your investigation, is that correct?
That's correct. I followed the vehicle to assure that it was placed in a secure inside storage facility, and then I returned on the 22nd to continue the investigation.
Other than taking photos, did you do anything else that's related to the vehicle?
Yes, I did.
What did you do?
I stood by while employee of Jim's towing, removed the vehicle's event data recorder, so I could take it back to the sheriff's office as part of the investigation.
What is an event data recorder?
An event data recorder is a module in most motor vehicles that will monitor various diagnostic points of a vehicle. It kind of constantly overwrites itself until an event occurs that causes the data points to be locked in.
Have you received any training with regard to event data recorders?
I did. In August of 2021, I successfully completed the Bosch CDR technician training that was provided by the Institute of Police Technology and Management at the University of North Florida.
So Bosch CDR training, what is that for the jury's understanding?
So the Bosch CDR is a computer program that allows us to image the data that's been locked in a vehicle's event data recorder and use that image to produce a report that can be analyzed.
So you took custody of the physical device, the physical unit from the tow truck, right?
That's correct.
And once you took custody of it, what did you do?
Once I had possession of the EDR module, I returned to the sheriff's office and utilized the Bosch CDR software to obtain an image of the data that was stored on the EDR module itself.
Have you done this sort of thing before?
I have.
How many times?
I would estimate a few dozen times.
And this extracts information from the unit to create a report, you say?
Yes, it takes an image of all of the saved information on the module and generates a report for it.
I'm going to show you what's been marked people's 14 stipulated exhibit, but just show it to you to identify it. Could you tell us what that is?
Yes, I can. So this is a copy of the Bosch CDR report that was generated as a result of the image that I took of the data that was on the EDR module.
Okay, and that's the EDR module. Well, let's back up. I never asked you this.
What kind of vehicle is this?
So Ford Edge.
Okay. Do you know what model year?
I do not know off the top of my head.
So at this point, Judge, people would move for admission of People's 14 as a stipulation.
People's 14 is admitted.
Thank you, Judge. So despite how many of these you've downloaded, are you qualified to discuss the context of the report?
I am not.
Why not?
There's a separate course, which is an EDR analysis course, and I have not attended it.
So you're qualified to procure the image, but not to analyze it and discuss it?
Yes, so my qualification is for the use of the CDR imaging tool that allows us to obtain the image from the stored data.
No. And any further questions for Deputy Bernhardt, Judge?
Cross.
Deputy, that's for your keep my voice up. You didn't do any reading or interpretation of this whatsoever. There's nothing that, am I correct?
Correct.
Okay. I don't have any questions.
It is for the service.
Yes.
Thank you.
Deputy Quinn, or Lieutenant Quinn is next on our list. He might be a longer witness.
All right. So ladies and gentlemen, we're going to break for lunch. I'm going to remind you that you're not to discuss this with anyone, including each other. I'm also going to ask that you be back in the jury room promptly at, let's call it 1:15, give you a little extra time today. Again, when you're in the building, don't loiter around, immediately to the jury room, and we'll be starting at 1:15. Thank you.
Is 13.8 miles per hour,
And what was the accelerator pedal percentage?
100%.
So aside from just, I want to say just, but aside from analyzing this report, you're familiar with the full scope of this investigation, is that correct? And you're familiar with the video evidence and investigation by other deputies, is that right? That crash that's recorded by the EDR, can you equate to the jury what real life of that memorialized?
Looking at the image itself, the operator of the vehicle for the first event had the vehicle in reverse and went into like a U-shaped motion and then crashed into another motor vehicle. But that first crash, there was no airbag deployment, but it created such an event that the EDR recorded it. And then shortly thereafter, there was another event.
Okay, so in the context of all the other information you know about this case, what crash is that EDR event referring to?
The very first EDR image?
Yes.
It's referring to the very first crash, motor vehicle versus motor vehicle.
Okay. And Lieutenant Quinn, I'll refer you to the table for a second. In that, well, first of all, the EDR recorded it, and it recorded back 5 seconds from the time of the crash, is that right? That's correct. And in reviewing the entirety of the EDR image and the investigation, what crash does this reflect?
This image reflects the vehicle striking the building.
Can you tell at the time of the crash whether or not the braking system was engaged?
Yes.
Was it?
No.
Can you tell at the time of the crash what the accelerator pedal percentage was?
96.6.
What does that mean to you in terms of real life, in terms of what someone's doing in front of you?
Pedals to the floor.
Can you tell me, Lieutenant, 5 seconds prior to the crash, what was the vehicle's speed?
29.5 miles per hour.
How about 4 seconds prior?
30.3 miles per hour.
3 seconds prior?
30.7 miles per hour.
2 seconds prior?
32.9 miles per hour.
1 second prior?
37.8 miles per hour.
And at the time of impact, 0.0 seconds.
44.3 miles per hour.
No further questions, Judge.
Cross.
Sir, does it matter if the vehicle is a two-wheel vehicle or a four-wheel vehicle?
Does not.
And so you're putting that, you weren't there when this crash, of course, occurred, correct?
That's correct.
And you're relying on a mechanical device, correct? You're relying on a device not human beings, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And you're saying it was approximately 40 miles an hour or thereabouts, correct? At the time of impact of the building.
I can only tell you what the 2017 Ford, that airbag module reported as in the image at 44 miles per hour.
Yeah, I'm sorry, how fast?
I'm sorry, 44.3 miles per hour.
And would that occur to reach that speed about 400 feet away from that speed you just mentioned in airbag deployment? Would that be, to reach that speed at 450 feet away, you'd have to pretty much put the pedal down to the metal, so to speak, am I right? In other words, you wouldn't be driving 5 or 10 miles an hour and slowly drive. That those many seconds for 450 feet. You got the pedal, especially gravel, to the floor. Would you agree? Or close to the floor.
I would say 50% to the floor.
And I don't know.
Any follow-up? Briefly. Just on that issue, Lieutenant, just looking at the same graph, just presently looking for that. Just looking at the accelerated pedal percentage, going from 5 seconds to 0.0 seconds. Is it consistent or consistently rising, or does it fluctuate?
For the second event?
Yes, sir.
Yes, I'm trying to.
Well, so the third part on the second event. On page 27. How does the accelerator pedal percentage start at 5 seconds?
As if she's not pressing on the gas at all.
Okay, and then what does it go to at 4.5 seconds?
59.3%.
And at 4 seconds?
0 again.
And at 3.5 and 3 seconds?
80.1%.
And at 3 seconds?
82%.
And then at 2.5?
0 once again.
And then at 2?
100%.
So it's not consistently held to the floor?
No, it's not.
Okay. No further questions.
Just one question. Thank you. Would it be consistent with somebody initially putting the pedal to the floor, for lack of a better way to say it, and then ease up, and then pedal to the floor again? Is that how it looks? Or does it look like somebody put it to the floor and then just eased up and cruised into the building?
No, just from reading the image itself, and again, at 5%, there's no percentage. So the phone isn't even really giving it any pressure at all. But as we continue, obviously, you can see by the image that she is pressing on the gas. She releases the gas, and then she gets on it once again. So it's back and forth.
So it's almost like there's a seizure, a relax of the muscle, and a seizure again of the foot, whether it's intentional or not. Do you agree with that?
Objection, I think that question is highly suggestive.
Well, I'll withdraw it, but
Okay.
I think the jury.
All right, this witness be excused.
Yes.
Thank you. Next witness.
Please, Judge, at this time, people call Diane Medina.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give in this matter before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Ms. Medina, would you state your name and then spell your last name for us?
Good afternoon, Ms. Medina. Thank you for being here today. If I ask you to repeat something, just lean in a little bit to the microphone, okay? Ms. Medina, are you familiar with the Swan Boat Club? How are you familiar with that? And how long have you been a member of Swan Boat Club? 10 years. Are you currently a member of Swan Boat? I am. Were you present at the Swan Boat Club on April 20th of 2024? I was. Why were you there that day? I was there for a child's birthday. Did you know the child?
Not directly. I've met him maybe once or twice. Friends with the mother.
And who is his mother?
Kristen Sigler, Tweety.
Do you know what time you arrived to the party on that day?
I do. I got there about 10 minutes to 1.
Can you describe the party when you first arrived through the next hour or so?
It was beautiful. It was, I get shook. Was there any kids dream or big party? It was just special.
At some point, did something cause the party to come to an end?
It did.
What happened?
The car came through the wall.
Where were you sitting, if you can recall, when the car came through the wall?
My back, I was sitting at a table with my back to the wall where the car went through.
Do you have any memory of that?
I do.
What do you recall?
I remember hearing like a loud explosion, a bunch of like dust or debris going from the sides of my face. I remember being pushed. And I remember everything went silent for a split second. And I remember saying, don't step on me, because there was a bunch of stuff on top of me. I found out later they were tables. People were pulling the tables off me.
You mentioned a moment ago that it all went silent. Did you lose consciousness at that time?
I don't know that I did. I do know that I ended up with a concussion, but I don't know if it was like a moment stopped for me in my head, but it was like silent and then chaos.
Ms. Medina, really, this is really hard. Can you describe the chaos that you just referred to?
I just remember people screaming, people running around.
I'm sorry, Ms. Medina. Ms. Medina, did you incur any injuries as a result of this incident on April 20th of 2004?
I did.
Can you just briefly list for the jury some of the injuries that you incurred?
My pelvis was broken in 6 places. I had a screw that's 6.5 inches long around my pelvis. I had internal bleeding. I had to have surgery to stop the bleeding. I had to have a blood transfusion. A concussion, like I said. My nose was crushed. I had 2 surgeries on my nose. I had a hematoma the size of a baseball on my arm. My tibia was fractured. I found that out later once I started walking.
And I know you mentioned the loss of consciousness or something. You were sure that was the case. Did you ultimately get diagnosed with a closed head injury?
I did.
I don't know how much you can elaborate on that, but just based off of your medical treatment, what, if any, treatment have you sought regarding that closed head injury?
I like to go to speech therapy.
Have you had any memory loss?
I did. I have a little bit of memory loss, but it was during conversations, I would lose my train of thought in the middle of a conversation and I had to find my words.
On the day of April 20th, 24, do you recall if you were taken to the hospital?
I was.
What hospital were you initially taken to?
Originally, I was taken to Monroe.
And did you stay at Monroe?
I did not.
Where did you go, if you recall?
I was taken by ambulance to Toledo, Texas, a trauma hospital.
You know how long you were in the hospital?
I was in the hospital for a total of 17 days, 10 in Toledo, and 7 in our rehab facility.
So from Toledo, were you discharged to that rehab facility?
By ambulance, yes.
And Ms. Medina, you went through a list of the injuries that you incurred. As you sit here today, what injuries are you currently still dealing with?
I just recently had, I believe it's called an EMG. I had 2 tests done on my nerve, so I'm having nerve pain in my right leg. I'm not sure if it's caused from the accident nerve damage or from the screw that's going through my pelvis.
Obviously, you watched you walk in here today. You're able to walk?
I'm able to walk, but it does hurt to walk. Every step hurts.
Was there a period of time when you were not able to be mobile?
Yes, for 3 months.
Do you have trouble, I know you said every step hurts, do you have trouble sitting for long periods of time?
I have to, not, I do, but I, kind of shift, yes.
This might sound like a silly question, but prior to the crash, did you suffer from any of these injuries?
No, I did not.
Did it hurt to walk prior to this crash? Are you in pain at the moment?
Right now, no.
Do you take any pain medication?
I do not.
At the time of the crash, so April 20th of 2024, were you employed?
Yes.
How were you employed?
It's quality control for Hollingsworth.
And are you currently employed in that same position? Did you have to take any time off of work?
Yes, I took, I go back to work September 6th.
So approximately, if you can tell me how long?
4 months.
4 months?
From April 20th to September 6th.
That's okay, approximation is totally fine. And if any, what kind of therapies are you currently still treating?
I am not doing any therapy. Therapy was bothering my nerve in my legs, so we stopped until we figured out what's going on with that.
Ms. Medina, thank you for being here today with all the questions that I have to right now.
Cross. Who else? All right, thank you. Just a minute. Next, please.
Thank you, Judge. At this time, the people will call for Smith. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony or about to give in this matter before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Miss, would you state your full name and spell your last name for us?
That is going to be Leah Stitt, and that's spelled S-T-I-T-H.
Good afternoon, Leah. Thank you for being here today. If I tell you to just say something again, it's just because the microphone needs to pick you up, okay? Leah, are you familiar with the Swan Boat Club?
Absolutely.
How are you familiar with the Swan Boat Club?
Me and my family have been going to that boat club for about 9 to 10 years.
Were you present at the boat club on the date of April 20th, 2024? And what brought you to the boat club that day?
It was my little cousin's 2nd birthday.
So you knew the birthday boy? That was your cousin? Do you know what time you arrived to the party that day?
I want to say around 1:30, I'm not completely sure. know she can throw his birthday party. It was beautiful. There was just circus decorations everywhere, everyone was having a good time.
At some point, did something happen that caused the party to end?
Yes.
What happened?
From what I remember, there was just debris flying everywhere, and it seemed like an explosion had gone off. And that's what I just assumed because of how much havoc was going on. But when I had woken up, I couldn't physically move, so I just heard everything around me.
Do you remember if you lost consciousness?
Yes, I did.
At some point, did you come to realize whether it was an explosion that caused the party to stop?
Once I was able to move, I could only move my leg and my neck. It was probably just shocked. But once I could move my neck, I looked over and saw the car through the building.
And I know you mentioned that you lost consciousness. Did you have any other injuries as a result of this crash?
Yes, I had 3 broken ribs, a punctured lung, a broken sternum, a giant hematoma on my head, as well as a concussion, and severe PTSD.
On the date of April 20th, 2024, do you remember if you were taken to the hospital?
Yes, I was.
Do you remember the hospital you were taken to?
That was, they may have renamed it now, but Trenton Beaumont at the time.
And did you have a stay at the hospital?
Yes.
How long were you there for, if you can recall?
About 3 days, I want to say 2 nights, 3 days.
And I know you went through a list of injuries, but how are your injuries as you sit here today?
Physically, I'm doing okay. I still have random aches and things along those lines. And I am in the gym all the time, so I feel like not secure doing certain movements just in case something's not right in my body, which that's an everyday thing for me. Mentally, that's a whole other story. I don't drive myself places very often now. I'm very afraid of getting in cars, especially when others are driving. My anxiety has definitely gotten a little worse because of what happened. It causes random outbursts of it. Along with the PTSD, anytime I'm in a car, I have slight panic attacks. But besides that, there are no lasting injuries besides mental.
Were you employed as of April 20th, 2024?
Yes, I was.
And where were you employed?
I was employed at the Taylor Ford dealership.
And I know you've since moved out of state since then, but as a result of this incident, were you off of work for any period of time?
I was off of work for a few months, and then I started doing part-time. It got a little overwhelming because I was working with cars constantly. And considering every time I'm in a vehicle, I get severe anxiety. I just try to avoid driving, but I recently decided to get a new job, try and forget what had happened.
Prior to the incident, do you know how much you were working at Taylor Ford? How many hours a week?
50 plus.
And then after this incident, you said you would come part-time?
I was doing maybe 15, 20 hours a week.
Leah, how old were you at the time that this accident occurred?
I was 18.
Cross examine?
No problem.
All right, thank you. Next witness.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give in this matter before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Miss, would you state your full name and spell your last name for us?
Mariah, C-O-B-B-S.
Thank you.
Ms. Dodds, you're the mother of Zane, Alana, and Jake Phillips.
Yes.
Where were you headed on April 20th of last year?
I was headed to a birthday party
Where was the birthday party?
at the Swan Boat Club,
Have you been to the Swan Boat Club before?
just the night before to help decorate.
What garnered you an invitation? Why were you invited?
I'm the little boy's godmother.
And that was because of your relationship with Kristen Sigler at the time?
Yes.
Do you know what time you arrived at the birthday party?
It was approximately at 2:08 p.m.
And did you come alone or who attended with you?
No, I had my mother, my 3 children, Jada, Zane, and my nephew, Evan's mothers.
Once you got to the party, what did you do?
When we got there, we just explored what was all set up. There was multiple tables and games, a bounce house in the backyard, and the kids just roamed around and had fun.
At some point, did you tell the kids it was time to eat?
Yes.
And you didn't arrive till 2:05, so do you know roughly what time it was that you said it was time for lunch?
It was close by 2:50 p.m. because it was right after Happy Birthday was sang.
What is the last thing you can remember from the birthday party?
After they sang Happy Birthday, my kids got their food, they were eating, and eventually, when they were done with them doing this, they ate pretty fast. We were gonna go outside, back in the backyard to go on the jump houses, but I placed a cake pop in front of Zane and Alana, so that way they would be able to get one before they got ran out. And that was the last thing I remember.
So you don't remember the crash at all?
No.
After the crash, what's the first thing you remember?
Waking up in the hospital.
Do you have any recollection of the boat club after the crash at all?
Just, I remember trying to open my eyes and it was black, like I was asleep or something, and I heard like long distance voices. And it was just a few things that I heard, and then that was it. And then I woke up in the hospital.
You don't remember an ambulance ride or anything like that?
No.
The first time you woke up in the hospital, what was your condition?
That was in my throat.
You had innovation of breathing tube down your throat.
About it. And then I was asleep. And then I woke up again.
When you woke up and you were able to assess yourself, what did you realize had happened to you?
Well, when I opened my eyes, I was thinking I was in a hospital room. And at that point, I didn't have a ventilator on my throat and my wrists were free. They weren't shut down. I heard my sister next to me crying. I asked her, why am I here? And she said there's been an accident, and it occurred to my brain that how I was in the building the last time I remember at a birthday party. And then I freaked out because it hit me where my kids at. And then that's when she told me that Jada was life flew to the hospital and saying a lot of work, no longer there.
And you're in the hospital.
Yes.
Do you know what position you were in at that time physically?
Yeah, I was starting to freak out and wanted to jump up, but I couldn't. I was hooked up to someone with wires and machines, and at that time I didn't feel no physical pain because of all the medication they were pumping through me.
Did they put you back to sleep again? Do you know
Yeah.
at that time?
Yeah, it's like I tried to scream, and then everything was black again.
At some point, when you had an opportunity to gather yourself, were you able to learn what injuries you had suffered?
Yes,
What were those from?
I had a punctured lung, broken ribs, broken shoulder blade, hematoma in my pelvic. My chin was busted open. My lip was busted open. I had mouth injuries resulting in losing a tooth and nerve damage throughout my face because of my teeth.
Do you know, by the time you were able to wake up and comprehend all this, how long you were in the hospital under sedation?
Oh, just what my family told me.
It was days, so.
I didn't wake up till the next day after the accident. And I got released from the hospital 4 days after the accident.
When you went home, were you able to walk and move freely?
No.
What kind of impediments did you have when you went home?
I had to use a walker if I did get up. It was very hard to move around. I couldn't get into a vehicle for probably a month. If I did, it was hard. It hurt severely. I couldn't sit straight up. I couldn't lay down, flat down. And it was just rough. I just sat there basically until I healed, until I made progress to move around. And I had physical therapy come to my home to work with me. And then that was helping, and then They sent me out outpatient therapy, and that helped extremely.
And how long did that all take?
A couple months.
You said that you learned that your son Jake had been life flighted to a different hospital. How long was Jake in the hospital?
2 weeks.
When he came home, he eventually came home to your house.
Yes.
Were you able to care for him? At the time, how old was Jake?
He was 11.
He's 12 now.
Yes.
Did Jaden receive any home care? I know you mentioned physical therapy for yourself.
Oh, yes. He had physical therapy, occupational therapy, and a regular nurse come to the home.
Do you know what injuries he sustained?
Yes.
What happened to Jake?
He had multiple broken bones that consisted of his wrist, his fingers, he had a broken pelvis, his legs. He had a big gash on the back of his head. He also had a punctured lung, broken ribs.
Did he have to have surgery?
Yes.
Do you know what part of his body he had that surgery on?
His finger, his legs.
How long, well, first I'll ask this way, Jaden's not gonna come testify today. Is Jaden able to walk and get around today?
Yes.
How long did it take for him to be able to do that?
3 months. I can't even give an exact time frame.
Mariah, you were able to bring a photo of Zane and a photo of Alana for the jury to see today, is that right? Mariah, raise your children.
Yes.
Ross. Nurse. And every time I work on your case, I think you're just. And you seem like a much stronger person than me. Back up. I wish you the best. People keep telling me that so I just wanted to come out and try to look the words that are created to help you. And I don't have any questions for you, but
Judge, I think people appreciate this.
Thank you very much.
Issue excuse. Please. Thank you. Hey, Bill, do you want- Actually, what else did I say?
Sorry. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give in this matter before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Your Honor, please approach. Yes. Lost. State your full limits for me to spell your last name, please.
Joshua Malinsky, Mocylinski.
How are you employed, Mr. Malinsky?
I'm employed by the Monroe County Sheriff's Office.
And how long have you been employed there?
I have been employed there for 13 years.
You have other law enforcement experience prior to that?
No.
And you hold all of the trainings, education, certificates necessary to be a police officer in the state of Michigan?
Yes.
Were those up to date on April 20th, 2024?
Yes.
Were you working on April 20th, 2024?
I was not.
You were employed by the sheriff's office?
Yes.
And what was your assignment or role at that time?
I am a detective. On that particular day, I was on call status.
How long have you been a detective?
At that time, I was a detective for about 2.5 years.
Were you involved in the investigation at Swan Boat Club on April 20th, 2024 and subsequently?
Yes.
What was your role?
I received a phone call from my supervisor, Detective Sergeant Cooper. He called me to inform me of the incident and asked me to respond to the scene.
And also was a determination made of what officer would lead that investigation?
Yes.
Who was that?
That would be me.
And so you were off that day, you said?
Correct.
Were you home?
I was.
And so how did you get to the Swan Boat Club?
I got dressed in my uniform and then I proceeded to get in my patrol car and I drove to the Swan Boat Club.
Where is the Swan Boat Club located?
It's in Newport, Michigan, off of Branch Road.
Was that Berlin Township?
Yes.
County Monroe?
Yes.
State of Michigan?
Yes.
What did you observe when you arrived at the Swan Boat Club?
When I arrived, there were many medical personnel and police agencies on scene. When I got there, I parked my patrol vehicle and I made contact with the supervisor of the road, Sergeant Olmia. I also made contact with Detective Martin, who had arrived just prior to my arrival.
Do you know approximately what time you would have arrived?
I arrived at 4:30 p.m.
Was the defendant still there?
No.
During the investigation, were you able to determine approximately how many victims in total there were?
Total victims, there were approximately 12. Serious injuries through my investigation, there was 5.
And you entered the Swan Boat Club, I assume, on that day?
Eventually, yes.
And what did you see inside?
Total disarray of what appeared to be a child's birthday party. There was tables, chairs thrown everywhere, food, just total destruction.
Did you see any remnants of alcohol at this party?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Any empty beer cans,
I
empty beer bottles, empty kegs in use? Detective, what is a medical examiner investigation?
Medical examiner investigation is a investigation done by a detective or deputy that is trained through Dr. Carl Schmidt, who is our chief medical examiner for New York County. Investigation done by one of those people trained to help the coroner, basically, it gives them an understanding of what happened at the scene. So it's a report prepared by a medical examiner that shows what the scene was, we take photographs, and then that report is turned over to the coroner or the medical examiner for autopsy purposes.
Is that because they're not coroner on the scene?
Correct.
So explain to the coroner what occurred on the scene.
Correct.
And did you conduct a medical examiner investigation in this matter?
I did conduct two that day.
You did two, one for Zane and one for Alana?
Correct.
And what were the nature of your findings? Where was Zane Phillips located in relation to the crash?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Where was Zane Phillips located?
When I arrived on the scene, Zane was in the back of the ambulance in the parking lot of those homes.
What is part of your investigation, were you able to determine where he was prior to that?
Yes, through my investigation, after the vehicle impacted the building, I was determined that Zane was under the front driver's side tire. Harvey had lifted the vehicle, he removed Zane, was pointing another civilian, took Zane outside and laid him in the grass, right near where the hole in the side of the building was. At which point they were the medical personnel to that.
Was he pronounced dead at the scene?
He was.
And what about Alana Phillips, where was she located?
Alana was located wedged between the door between the breezeway and the pavilion party area, and the front passenger side of the vehicle.
And was she also deceased at the scene?
Yes.
Judge, I have one marked as people's proposal exhibits 23 and 24. These are the reports for Alana and Zane. I think these are simply two, but I'll move to admit those. Okay.
People's 23 and 24 are admitted by stipulation.
And similarly, Judge, exhibits 26 and 28, we were stipulated to these are the ME reports. Okay.
26 and 28, people's 26 and 28 are admitted by stipulation.
Second, I'm going to hand you exhibit 26. You tell me what that is.
This is a case summary on the death of Alana Grace Phillips.
If you please, profit will jury the cause and manner of death for Alana.
Cause of death is multiple blunt force injuries, and then in parentheses it says instantaneous. Their death is accident.
And I have this marked as exhibit 28. You know what that is?
This is a case summary on the death of Zane Isaac Phillips.
Can you tell me the cause and manner of death for Zane Isaac Phillips?
Cause of death is multiple blunt force trauma. And then in parentheses it says seconds dash minutes. Their death is accident.
Thank you, Detective. those to your staff. And detective, as your role as the lead investigator on this matter, were you able to obtain medical records for Mariah Dodds, Diane Medina, Leah Stiff, Nathan Phillips, and Edward Smothers?
Yes.
And Judge, I believe these are stipulated too as well, but for purpose of the record, I move to admit Exhibit 34, medical records for Edward Smothers, Exhibit 33, medical records for Diane Medina, Exhibit 32 is medical records for Nathan Phillips, Exhibit 31 is medical records for Leah Stiff, Exhibit 30 is more medical records for Ms. Medina, and Exhibit 29 is medical records for Maria Dodds.
All of those exhibits are admitted.
Judge, I have no further questions. Please.
Cross.
You were investigating this case, right?
I investigated it as well as multiple other detectives.
There were multiple.
Correct.
Did you have a chance to go execute a search warrant in Burns?
I did.
Okay. And how did you come about the information you used in Burns?
The information was relayed to me through the other deputies' prior investigation. She had done it.
What was it about what was it based on? You had to be able to report back that you were Burns, and that's what this is.
I believe the defendant told me that deputies that she from the other deputies' investigations, she had advised one of the deputies that she had been Burns prior to the incident.
For lunch?
Yes.
And that would have been about what time do you recall? That you gave your search warrant, about what time?
Noon.
And so did you and or other deputies go out to Vernos and sort of close out the area, sort of crime scene?
Other deputies did.
Would that be like the yellow tape or something, or just, you know, it's private, don't come in?
When I got there, there was no yellow tape. It was just.
And the search warrant, your investigation, you participated in that at Vernos Bar, or whatever it's called?
Correct.
Okay. And did you talk to somebody there? Is there like a telephone or somebody?
I did not, Sergeant Cooper was with me. Who talked to me.
And did your subpoena, were you able to get copies of any receipts that would have been in my client's name?
Through a search warrant, I got a receipt.
And what did that receipt show?
The receipt indicated that she had purchased some food and one glass of wine.
One glass of wine and some food?
Correct.
And did you get a chance to talk to anybody that waited on her or served her, such as Kelly or?
I did not.
Would have Detective Cooper, do you think he did, or?
I'm not sure if it was Detective Cooper or another deputy that was already arrested.
Did you have any other proof that my client drank anything else on the premises?
At that time, during the search warrant?
During the search warrant?
No.
And were you aware that when my client was initially interviewed at the crash scene, that she told one of the investigative officers that she had one glass of wine at lunch?
Yes.
And in Vernos, does that line up with
what my client told the officer, with what, and that Burns was a glass of wine. You know, Burns was a glass of wine.
Right.
Does that line up with, she said, one glass of wine at Burns?
While I was at the scene,
Correct. Let me back up. My client stated at the crash scene during the investigation when we got to work, that she said she had one glass of wine at Burns at lunchtime with friends, correct?
correct,
And then when you executed the search warrant, unannounced search warrant, you pulled up a receipt from either a charge or a debit of my client's, correct?
correct,
Okay, and it showed one glass of wine, correct?
correct,
And it showed some chili or fish sandwich or something like that, right?
correct.
Thank you. I don't have any other questions.
Let me read your act. You may say. And it's my understanding you don't have any other witnesses.
That is, I'm working on sure today.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, as you might imagine, a case with so many moving parts, experts, lab people, that type of thing, sometimes it's difficult to get everybody in the same place at the same time. So the prosecutor is, that's all they have for today. So the good news is we're going to leave for today. So I'm going to remind you not to discuss this case with anyone, spouses, friends, neighbors, or even amongst yourselves. Secondly, I would ask that you be in the jury room directly. Once you're in the building, you go into the jury room. I know I sound like a broken record, but that's part of what I have to do. And let's be here at 8 a.m. sharp again this morning. Thank you very much. We all appreciate your hard work today. Thank you.
You're evil. You're evil. You are responsible.
All right, guys, I am going to go ahead and cut this off. Today was a great chat. Thank you, ladies, for being here with us. And we're going to go to the ball game tonight, y'all. So sorry, we're going to postpone one more night. But tomorrow's show will be worth it, I promise. All right, y'all. Have a great evening. Thank you for being here. Love y'all. Stay warm. Stay blessed. Peace out, Girl Scout. Bye.